Thank you very much. So let me introduce quickly the agenda. If we can move to the next slide. Thank you. We are going to have introduction keynotes, welcome remarks from our project office coordinator, as well as from our managing director of eClay. Then we will have two keynotes on the transform energy in the context of the EU Green Deal and just transition from Hans van Steen, DG Enne. We have the keynote from Roadmap for Net Zero Emissions with Known Technologies from von Medicine from the EU. And then we are moving into plenary sessions with facilitated discussions, first looking at accelerating the thermal transition in step with the green recovery, after a refreshing coffee break, then looking into the sustainable district heating's contribution to the just transition. Then we are breaking out into two rooms for scaling up the implementation of the ground through strategic policies and planning. We're looking at, from the KeepWarm perspective, at supportive framework-driven decarbonisation through the switch of renewable energy sources for district heating, and from the Upgrade DH perspective, another sister project, so to say, looking at integrating heat use infrastructure upgrades into strategic planning. After this morning agenda, we will have lunch, of course. We will start at 2 o'clock again with a warm-up, which you can look forward to. And then we look into further plenary session recommendations for district heating and policy and financial frameworks with, first of all, a feedback from the workshop, from the workshops. So you haven't missed anything. Also, if you have just attended one, then we will look at final recommendations of our own project, a roadmap for district heating, which keeps the EU's deal both green and warm. So stay tuned on this one. And then we have, again, facilitated discussion on financing instruments to deploy modern district heating across Europe, before we then move to the plenary sessions on conclusions and looking forward with an outlook, reflections, and concluding remarks. And with that, I'm very pleased to have now and introduce our project coordinator, Stefanie Schädlich. She is a project manager at GITS and is the coordinator of the KeepWarm project. Stefanie, thank you for being with us. The floor is yours. I know you have prepared us some presentation. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kirsten, and good morning to all of you, and also a very warm welcome from my side. I'm very pleased to see that so many of you have followed our invitation to discuss today the role of district heating and its upscaling potential to keep our cities in the long-term sustainable warm. As you all know, one of the main pillars of the European energy strategy is the district heating and cooling sector. But we are all quite aware that this sector is still very highly energy inefficient, as the heating sector is still dominated by fossil fuels and inefficient technologies. Please go to the next slide. In the past 2.5 years, our KeepWarm project team has strived to unlock the potential and to ensure that best practice examples for environmental friendlier heating and cooling are taken up across Europe. We've been working intensively in 7 project countries, ongoing stepwise to accelerate cost-effective investments in the modernization of such networks by improving grid efficiency and introducing renewable energy sources. Also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to support policy work to ensure that individual climate and development strategies can be realized in the long term, as we all know that this is a hard part to go. Next slide, please. The unique feature of KeepWarm is its combination of concrete work together with 23 pilot systems in our 7 implementation countries. and its close alignment with national actors to unlock this specific potential as an alternative source to the more polluting individual heating systems. Next, please. To overcome barriers to an inefficient district energy deployment, KeepWarm has prioritized a step-by-step approach, which included not only interactions with district heating systems, but also with potential investors and fund managers, as well as with policy actors. Based on an individual needs assessment with 52 district heating operators, we were able to conduct almost 750 hours of tailor-made training within our project time and to train 830 specialists of district heating systems. The focus of such trainings have lied on technical concerns, the utilization of more sustainable energy sources, the organizational capacity development, financial concerns, and managerial improvements. Especially within our financial trainings, we were able to train 109 specialists to develop economically reliable business plans. And together with our project partners in our implementation countries, we've been setting up 24 business plans to go on with their modernization. Next slide, please. Of those 24 business plans, 23 have already reached investment stage and will realize their investments latest until 2025. The hereby triggered investment goes up to almost 290 million euros. Next. But besides those actions, which were mainly focused on our pilot systems, we for sure were, please back. We for sure, okay. Yeah, as just mentioned, besides the focus of our pilot systems, we were for sure also looking forward to go beyond our limited included project systems. So we've did through different channels, such as our national and international Inspire events, reached out to almost 350 district heating operators to promote our KeepWarm approach and its replication potential. In the end, we've also have facilitated multi-level integration of district heating retrofits into national and international key strategies and plans by offering our advice and promoting the importance of district heating systems. We've done that by assessing existing regulations and identifying the specific barriers, but also supporting mechanism in our 7 implementation countries to force that district heating modernization goes on. In addition, we have recommended approaches to successfully include retrofits into national action plans and strategies. And at the end, we also have set up recommendations to adapt your comprehensive assessments. Based on our KeepWarm approach and our actions, we are now looking forward to increase energy efficiency and the share of renewable energies, as well as to reduce greenhouse gas emissions within our 23 district heating systems until 2025 to keep our cities sustainable warm. Thank you.
Thank you, Steffi, for the introduction about the KeepWarm project. As you can see, that we have many many policy recommendations for all of you, and we also have practical applications as well. So from district heating companies to policymakers, we are here to help you. It's my pleasure now to introduce Wolfgang Teubner, who is the Regional Director of ICLE Europe. Wolfgang has been active in sustainable urban development for at least 30 years. He started out here, I believe, as an intern and is now regional director. So he knows all the levels of the work in sustainability activism. And he's been making sure that cities not only have a voice, but they actually use that voice to highlight their own role as local governments for sustainability so that they implement inspirational action. So I won't say any more. I'll hand it over to Wolfgang now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George, and warm welcome to everybody in these particularly special times, I would say, and the way we nowadays organize events and our personal exchange. Of course, it would be a pleasure to meet you all in person, but I'm really pleased to see so many people around from so many countries. So, and I hope that you all have a very interesting day today. Well, from the perspective of sustainable development, urban development, and also in light of course, the importance of mitigate climate change, I mean, district heating has a key role to play in that. And of course, it also has wider impacts on people's on air quality and but also on safe supply and on allowing people to have a comfortable living zone, and that by that also of course has a close connection to human health and well-being in cities in Europe. And in order to of course constantly provide these services in a sustainable manner, things will have to change. And I think it's quite clear that modernization has to happen. And of course, we need to adapt the existing systems to changing needs. So, and I think it was already coming across in Ms. Schädlich's presentation that one of the key factors is, of course, to change the sources of heat. I mean, in many ways, we are relying on fossil fuels. We are definitely need to get out of fossil fuels and decarbonize the energy production, become more efficient by also looking into wasted heat from industry and so on as a source. But of course, also look into biofuels, solar, and other sources from even wastewater and others. Another key point I would say is also to see that, of course, the grids are usually, of course, also if they're existing for a longer time, I mean, they're, I think, responding also, of course, to a past need, and we need improvements because we are also looking, of course, on the demand side. I mean, we have to reduce the heat demand and to also make the use of the heat, in the homes of people more efficient and reduce the energy demand, which then, of course, puts some challenges in to the grid and its configuration and how this needs to be adapted to the need. Also, of course, the rising temperatures are in that sense also during parts of the year reduce the demand. And on the other hand side, we also need to increasingly look how we can combine heating and cooling services in the same way in response, of course, to changing needs on the end user side. And so I think in that sense, we should make sure that particularly now in the current situation. We make sure that district heating becomes a key element, and for also green recovery, and is seen as an opportunity for also economic development and investment in that particular period. And also for many countries, particularly those that are depending on coal as a key source for heat supply, that it's also becoming a part of the just transition mechanism. So to basically find other economic opportunities in that particular period to replace coal and create new economic opportunities. So, and of course, having said this, this all needs, of course, to be financed, and that's also why, of course, in this event we're looking into the financing challenges and how they could potentially overcome, and which kind of mechanisms could be used, and which business cases could be created around district heating. So I will leave it at that, and would like to wish you all a very interesting and lively day that is helping you and giving you the insights to successfully implement district heating in your cities, in your countries. Thank you very much, and have a great day, and hopefully see you in the afternoon in the financing panel. Thank you very much. Goodbye for now.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang, for your welcoming remarks. Then we are already at the spot to look at the first keynote speaker, Hans van Steen from DG Enne, talking about the transformative energy in the context of the EU Green Deal and the just transition. It is my very pleasure to introduce to you the acting director on renewables, research, innovation and energy efficiency in DG Enne. Mr. van Steen holds a master degree in political science from the University of Aarhus in Denmark. He began his career in the Danish Ministry for Education and later moved on to the Ministry for Energy, and has joined the European Commission in 1989. Following several assignments in the field of energy and transport, he is advisor on renewables research and innovation and energy efficiency, and he became acting director on the 1st of October 2018. Thank you very much, Hans, for being with us, and we look forward to what you have to say to us.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and perhaps even see me. It doesn't look like it from where I'm sitting. You're saying it's okay?
Yes.
Very good.
Please.
So thank you very much for your very kind introduction, and good morning to all of you. Thank you also very much to ICLEI for inviting the Commission to take part in this conference today. It's a very important topic for many reasons, and what I would aim to do here using my keynote speech to try and illustrate a little bit the context in which we find ourselves today and some of the key issues that we are trying to deal with in the Commission. I think from that point of view, the timing of the conference is very good, because we are actually in a very, very busy period in terms of policy making and in terms of legislative implementation, because we are simultaneously seeking to address two crises. First of all, of course, the accelerating climate crisis, but at the same time, the economic crisis resulting from the COVID pandemic. That is very challenging, but we have good guidance for how to do that, namely the European Green Deal that was adopted in December of last year. And I'm sure you will all be familiar with the Green Deal, but let me just recall that, of course, its overall objective is to make Europe the first climate neutral continent by the middle of this century. To do that, we will need to transform our society and our economy in a really major way, including, of course, the energy systems, and energy is a really key part of the Green Deal. Since we adopted the Green Deal in December of last year, of course, we've been hit by the COVID pandemic. Some people could think that we now have more important things to do, but that would be, in the Commission's view, a completely wrong approach, because the Green Deal is not just about climate change. It is actually about green growth. It's a growth strategy for Europe. And that's why we need to see the Green Deal really as the guiding document for how we are going to deal with these two simultaneous crises that we are facing. Since we've entered into the crisis, the Commission has come forward with a number of instruments to seek to deal with that. In particular, the Next Generation EU, which is a multi-billion recovery instrument. And member states are right now busy preparing national recovery and resilience plans as the basis for spending the vast amount of money which is made available there, some 750 billion euros. And that, of course, comes on top of the next multi-annual financial framework, the so-called MFF, which are being negotiated these days. And here we have some very good news from earlier this week that there is now a compromise being worked out between the co-legislators, the Council and the Parliament, so that we are hopeful that we will have an agreement on that, which will set the budget for the EU for the period 2021 to 2027. And here we're talking about a proposal from the Commission of more than 1,000 billion euros. Now, of course, all of this is not going into energy. Not all of it is going into district heating. I have to be realistic and tell you that. But a lot of it is actually going to exactly do that. And that's why this is really important to get all these instruments in place. And I think, frankly, European citizens would not look very favorable to the EU if we spend a long, long time haggling over the last few billions in this package. This is really important to get this done and make this money available and get on with it, because both of these crises that I mentioned are really urgent to deal with. If we are realistic about the Green Deal's objective of climate neutrality, the Commission has also come to the conclusion that we need to be more ambitious also for 2030. That's why we have recently published our communication on the climate target plan. We did a comprehensive impact assessment where we concluded that we need to increase the ambition in greenhouse gas emission reductions for the year 2030 to 55%, rather than what we have currently committed to, which is 40%. We also concluded that this is feasible, and it is actually necessary in order to be on the right trajectory towards climate neutrality by 2050. In this context, it's evident that the energy sector, which is responsible for 75% of all CO2 emissions, has a key role to play. And you will know, because you're all practitioners in the energy field, that heating and cooling in this context is really, really important. The Green Deal has already set the direction, and it has also, we've already begun implementing it as well. We've come out earlier this year with the energy system integration strategy. A few weeks ago, we did the renovation wave, which are both highly relevant for the area of district heating. Heating and cooling more generally is seen as a priority area for meeting the objectives that we're setting in this deal. And I'm sure you will have read these documents with interest, because they both recognize the role of heating and cooling and district heating in terms of moving forward towards on the right track towards these challenges. Half of the EU's energy is consumed for heating and cooling, and almost, or I think probably even more than 3/4 of this is supplied from fossil fuels, and very often through inefficient and old heating systems. Today, district heating and cooling is around 10% But of course, this varies a lot from one member state to another, and in certain parts of Europe, this is much more important. It's clear to us that addressing the decarbonisation of heating and cooling and district heating and cooling is essential, as I say, to meet our climate objectives. The good news is that we're not starting from scratch, because both the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directives include quite specific provisions on heating and cooling and district heating and cooling. For example, the Energy Efficiency Directive requires member states to prepare comprehensive national heating and cooling assessments for appraising the efficiency improvement potentials in district heating and cooling systems. It also requires member states to put in place policies and measures to realize those potentials. The Renewable Energy Directive requires that these assessments also include the potentials for renewables and waste heat and cold. And it includes specific targets for raising the share of renewable and waste heat cold in heating and cooling in district heating and cooling. What we've come to the conclusion is that the Green Deal and the climate target plan that I mentioned earlier actually requires us to review these two key directives earlier than originally planned. We have currently targets, as you know, for energy efficiency and for renewable energy, 32% renewable share by 2030 and a 32.5 level of energy savings by 2030. But most likely this is not enough if we want to be on track for carbon neutrality. If we are to hit 55% CO2 emission reductions, we probably also need to look at these targets. Therefore, we cannot wait to do the review of the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive till 2023, which is what is foreseen in the directives themselves. And we are now working really full speed to be ready by next summer for this. And this process will also explore the need and possibilities for strengthening the provisions on district heating and cooling. The Commission will very soon launch public consultations on this and intends, as I already said, to make a proposal by the middle of 2021. So you can see there's very little time if you consider all the steps that we need to go through in order to be ready for that. Modern district heating and cooling systems really have the potential to play a central role. Using this potential is especially important in countries that have a large legacy district heating sector and struggle to find ways to switch to renewables and energy efficiency in this area. For example, regions in coal transitions are good examples because their district heating systems are largely fueled by coal or other fossil fuels, and that really needs to change. There are very many good examples of practices of what modern and innovative district heating can achieve in terms of clean, efficient, renewable, user-friendly heat supply. In particular, in Northern Europe, these systems have played already a key role in switching away from imported fossil fuels, thereby reducing energy consumption and improving air quality and strengthening energy security of supply, and at the same time empowering local communities and municipalities, which is another key objective. The important thing would be to take these good examples and replicate them. But developing modern district heating and cooling systems and upgrading existing ones is not an easy task. And I think this project has very clearly demonstrated that. It requires really specific know-how and the capacity to do proper heat planning, to structure, finance, and implement such projects. And of course, it requires management knowledge that enable you to operate these systems efficiently and economically to the satisfaction of consumers once they have been upgraded. In Central and Eastern Europe, many district heating networks remain essentially based on fossil fuels. And they are also characterized by significant heat losses and a need for refurbishment and upgrade towards modern low temperature systems. national and local authorities in these regions are often struggling to find a business case to develop the district heating networks based on renewables. It's also sometimes difficult because many projects require upfront investments and have long payback times, even though they make perfect sense in climate change perspective and also actually from an energy perspective. Investments can be in network infrastructure or in new heat generation assets such as heat pumps, renewable cogeneration, or even thermal storage. These costs are not easy to cover from private investments alone and will often require some type of public support. One thing that we've also seen is that they're often hampered by the lack of integrated planning activities at the level of municipalities, and also the fact that it's not always crystal clear who is actually responsible between the different stakeholders involved. It's not clear who has the competence, for example, to develop a heating map or a transformation strategy. And that's, of course, something that stops such projects even before they get underway. And all these reasons are really the reasons why your project, the KeepWarm project, is so important. And it has done tremendous work, as we heard in the two introductory statements, to build and spread information and knowledge about capacity building, technical know-how and training, and how to do heat mapping and how to identify and overcome barriers. And I think the results of the projects will be very useful. I'm really happy so many people have joined us today, because this is one way of spreading the good message and the results of the projects. But I think it will be very useful for member states, but also local authorities, and also in a way useful in order to implement the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive, which is happening as we speak. These directives have to be implemented as they are, but as I also said, we are now starting already to review them. So it might be even more important in future to use the full potential of district heating and cooling in Europe in order to meet our higher ambitions. I hope the results of these projects will inspire member states to prepare their national recovery and resilience plans that I mentioned earlier, which they are now busy doing, and to build strong project pipelines that can contribute to their own and the EU's economic recovery and green transition. And I think this is exactly the beauty of such projects, that they can simultaneously address the climate crisis and the economic crisis following the COVID pandemic. That's why I would like again to finish by thanking ICLEI for organizing this conference and to help spread information about this project. I would also like to thank you very much for listening to me this morning, and I wish all the participants a fruitful and inspiring discussion, and I look forward to continued cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans van Steen. It was very informative, and it's very good to see the Commission pushing forward from a high level the importance of heating and cooling, and that includes, of course, district heating. So I would turn it over now to Brian van Mathiessen, who many of you already know and probably doesn't need an introduction either. So Brian, also if you can turn on your camera. Brian is Professor of Energy and Planning and Renewable Energy Systems at Aalborg University. He's currently in outer space from his camera. So he's known for his expertise in future energy systems, and his research focuses mainly on technological and socioeconomic energy transitions for renewables, for energy storage, for integration of large-scale renewables, and designing 100% renewable systems. He's on the editorial board of many prestigious journals. He recently started a new one at the Elsevier called Smart Energy. He is on the member of Academy of Technical Sciences in Denmark. And among many other positions, he's on the Science Advice for Policy by European Academies, the expert group for the systemic approach for energy transition. He's in the EU Commission expert group on electricity interconnection. And principal investigator of Reinvest and C Energy's projects, and has a leading role in many projects, more than 60 energy-related research projects. I had the distinct pleasure to work closely with him on the Heat Roadmap Europe project. So I know from firsthand experience that he's going to give us now lots of insights. So I hand it over to you, Brian.
Thank you very much, George, and thank you for inviting me here today. I hope you can hear me, and it's a great pleasure to be part of this conference. I believe it is the utmost importance what the KeepWarm project has done. I believe that it's important to spread the news about the potentials of existing district heating and new district heating systems in order to have a cost-efficient and also socially more equal transition towards a climate neutral Europe. And I'm also happy that Hans van Steen has talked just now about the EU Commission commitment to doing this, and the follow-up with concrete plans and in the midst of the COVID climate green recovery, where actually I find a lot of positive insights and positive focus on communities. I will here try to look a bit longer forward, and some of you might have heard some of my points here before, but I would like to just highlight that we still need some work on trying to get let's say the future scenarios for Europe towards a more sort of let's say integrated approach. As many of you know, there are now 2 net zero emission scenarios from the European Commission, and I think Hans van Steen may confirm this, that there is work on several new net zero emission scenarios. And I think it's very positive that the Commission in 2018 did this publication called A Clean Planet for All, where they actually have comprehensive focus on all parts of the energy system. Although this is positive, this is also something that sparks a debate. And of course, when you put forward some concrete ideas, then you also subject to concrete criticism. And this is in this case, of course, very positive, because it's part of the democratic debate about how we do a transition. And I'll come a bit into it, but I think the long-term scenarios from the Commission have too high a focus on energy efficiency in buildings. Not that we should not have energy efficient buildings, but we have to have a realistic level. Then there's virtually no new district heating implemented, which is also a problem. And there's a very high focus on gas, which is, I believe, a bit politically driven, because there's a lot of gas companies in Europe. And then in my research, I would never claim to make an optimal system, so I would be very careful to do that. I think one of the problems for the Commission is the modeling framework and the way that it's done. It's not fit for future, more integrated renewable systems, where you need a better focus on the different kind of sectors. One of the things that I can see is a big problem is the lack of focus on cost-efficient energy storages. I mean, here you see from this diagram in the publication, that there's a lot of focus on batteries and hydrogen for electricity storage. There's also e-gases. This represents the different scenarios in the publication, and the last 2 ones on the right are the 1.5 degree scenarios, which are in line with the Paris Agreement. I believe there's a lot of storages missing here, and particularly I think there's thermal storages missing here in district heating, and this is a problem I hope the Commission will be working on. If we just look a bit more into the heating sector in the Commission's work, we can see again that there's a very high focus on energy efficiency, a stagnant district heating and gas for district heating. And actually, when you look closer into the scenarios, we see that they are more or less the same. There's not a lot of difference in the way that it's being done. We can have a look at how they are planning in the scenarios to heat the houses. This is the non-electricity fuel consumption in buildings, and the non-electricity fuel consumption has the district heating part, which is the purple one. And you can see that the Commission anticipates lower amounts of district heating in 2050, which I think, or the scenarios point out lower amounts of district heating in 2050, which I think is counterintuitive, especially since they're increasing the level of hydrogen and e-gases, which would be extremely expensive. Imagine you have to put up a wind turbine, create hydrogen from electrolysis, and then use that in a boiler to create water that is 40 to 50 degrees hot. Nobody, or maybe 5% of the people in Europe would be able to pay for such a heating bill. So it is really a problematic way of looking at the society, in my opinion. So that's one of the problems. That's the supply systems that we have in these scenarios. Another problem is the space heating demand, where it's anticipated to almost half the heating demand, and actually all of the scenarios, even the baseline, look more or less the same. You see that we go from 100 kilowatt hours per square meters to around 50 kilowatt hours per square meter, and I believe this is overly ambitious and not even technically and economically possible to reach this level. So I would say the 2030 target of around 60 or 70 kilowatt hours is realistic, even when we accelerate the renovation rate with this actually very good new plan called the renovation wave. We see that due to this, the total system costs of the scenarios are increasing, and I believe that is a problem that we can address if we have a more integrated approach to this. I believe we can find solutions where the costs are the same as today, and the problem in the scenarios in this A Clean Planet for All is that there's too high ambition on energy efficiency, and you don't see the synergies between the sectors. And this is really where we need to have a look at. We need to have a look at other ways of doing this, and I'd just like to go a bit forward here. So we have several ways of trying to integrate renewables in Europe. So we have a very strong focus on renewable electricity, and many of the countries we know have a focus on interconnection and trading, and this can be very good until you reach 20 or 25% of wind power in your system, which a lot of countries are actually approaching now. Then the problem arises that you try to sell ripe fruit at the same time, or sell your wind power at the same time, and you won't get any price, or you won't be technically able to. And you try to import maybe at the same times, which you won't be able to because the power plants have shut down. And this is really a problem. In the Commission scenarios, we see the second solution being focused on, where you have a focus on batteries and electricity storage, but it's really focused a lot on trying to integrate renewables in the electricity sector. And I believe this is a problematic approach. We need a more integrated and smart energy system approach. Electricity is only maybe 25 or 30% of our energy system, and we need to integrate renewable electricity, focusing on the other parts of our energy system, namely in heating, transport, and industry. We have a focus in our work on smart energy systems, and here we try to balance energy savings With the supply system, we try to use the different storages, and what we can do is we can create net zero emission scenarios with lower costs, much lower costs, and also a sustainable biomass use. We can also create scenarios where we have negative carbon carbon reduction costs, and not sort of a CO2 cost on society. So I think we need to work much more on this together with the Commission. The way we approach this is a smart energy systems approach, where we try to look at electricity, heat, and gas, and actually also liquid fuels. And I'd just like to try and highlight the problems here. We see if we start to store in electricity, that we have a very high cost in electricity storage. You can see here we have the sort of a pumped hydro storage, 125 kilowatt hours per square meter, or per kilowatt hour. And in a thermal storage in a district heating grid, it may be €1 per kilowatt hour. We also see so it's cheaper to store heat than electricity, but we also see it's cheaper to store in bigger entities than smaller entities. And something that we should avoid in all of Europe is a Tesla Powerwall, or Powerwall systems in general, that is much too costly. And actually we can store heat in an individual heat pump, but it's not going to be flexible when it's really cold, and it's also much more expensive than to store heat in a district heating system. And here we see sort of a comparison across the different storage systems, and we can see that electricity storage is maybe 100 times more expensive than thermal storage, which is 20 to 50 times more expensive than gas storage, which is 2 to 5 times more expensive than liquid fuel storage. So we need to use all of these storages. Of course, some will say we can't charge our vehicle on thermal energy, and this is right, but we will need to heat our houses in the future, and we will need to have a shower, which means that we need to use the different storages across the board in order to create a cost-efficient system. And batteries in electric vehicles can create flexibility by charging at the right time at night, and using it when you need then to go to work. As you all know, in this consortium, we can see that heating is really a dominant part of Europe, and it's a neglected part. In the last 2 years, we have seen a much stronger focus, also since the heating and cooling strategy that came out, I think now 4 years ago. We've seen that things have been developing in the Commission. I regard this as a process where we have increasing focus on things like not only end demand savings, but actually supply changes. And what we have worked on in Heat Roadmap Europe is really to understand what are the different components. How can we have a new supply mix? How can we have a building with a better thermal performance? And this belief that we won't need to heat a house in the future is not really right. It's a limousine solution if we focus on passive houses, and the existing buildings will still be there in the future. So we need to look at both the end demand and the supply system. In Heat Roadmap Europe, we have done so. So we have mapped all of the heat demands in Europe, and actually we are continuing this process. We have mapped it down to 100 by 100 meters, and then we have taken those data and tried to make some energy system analysis to quantify what is actually possible on a European scale. And what we can see is we can decarbonize the heating and cooling system as part of the energy system really cost effectively. We can have a synergy between heat savings, 30 to 50% of the demand. We can supply half of the heat demand with district heating, and then the remainder with water to water or air to water heat pumps. In Heat Roadmap Europe, we have also looked at the different kind of waste heat situations, and here's an example that I use often, which is from the UK, we have a situation where we have a heat demand of 10 petajoules per year, and then we have excess heat in the harbor of 35 petajoules per year, and this is not used. And we see this across the board in Europe, which is why we really need to have a focus on infrastructure such as district heating. We need to regard it as infrastructure such as gas, in the likes of gas and electricity, where we can change the inputs according to the changes in the demand. We also see that there's a synergy between the heat demand in the buildings and the supply systems. We find that across Europe, we need heating, and counter to what some people may think, we need heating system both in the south and in the north. Actually, the heating is also dominant in countries like Italy, Spain, Greece. The only countries that stick a bit out are Malta and Cyprus. Otherwise, we do have higher heat demands than we have cooling demand. When we look at the entire system, we can see that there's more excess heat in the there's more excess heat than we need heating in buildings in Europe. So theoretically, we could eliminate all the gas boilers. Of course, excess heat is not available at the places we need it. But in our geographic and energy system analysis, we can find that we can have similar savings in the supply system as we have in the end demand. So this is a really, really positive message that if we focus both on energy efficiency in buildings and also the supply side, we can have a lot of CO2 savings, and actually we can do that with lower cost in the overall system. We also see that it's proven technology, and as probably many of you know, we can see that those countries that have district heating have a higher amount of renewables in the heating sector than countries that do not have district heating. So there's a lot of evidence that district heating is the right way to go. The results overall of the Heat Roadmap Europe studies are illustrated here, and you can see that we have in what's called HRE 14, which are the 14 countries we analyzed, a district heating share of about 50%. You can also see that there are different countries that have different levels. So in the Netherlands, we have a really high potential because of the urban structure, the way the buildings and the cities are placed. We have a very high potential in countries like Spain and Italy. The potentials are a bit lower in countries like Hungary, Romania, because here we see that the way the cities are built are different from, as an example, Italy. We also recently created a roadmap for heat sector investments towards 2050. And in this diagram that you see here, we can see that we really need to ramp up on the investments. And actually, we need maybe before 2050, we need maybe 6,000 or 7,000 or 8,000 new district heating grids, completely new. Because if we don't start new district heating grids in the next century here in the thousands, we won't be able to ramp up when we go past 2030 and 2035. So it's really important that we have support for starting new district heating areas, because those are the areas that will then be expanded on a longer time horizon. We also see that there's a huge potential to have what we call fourth generation district heating, where we lower the temperatures. And we're looking more into that in the project that we are running now, which is called Synergies. And in Synergies, we have a focus on how the supply chain effects are of energy efficiency measures, both in the demand side, but also in the supply side. And I think with those words, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed my talk.
Thank you very much, Brian. Virtual applause, but maybe you can hear it as well here. Thank you very much for this outline, and also for paying attention to the affordability of our decarbonized energy system, which we are so much longing for, which the climate emergency status is urging us for. And therefore, thank you once again for many insights and pinpointing aspects that we should, including storage, including the integrated energy system, including calling for 8,000 new district heating grids, we should pay attention to. I also, from my side, would like to thank again Hans van Steen for his inspiring speech. And actually, it has triggered some chat messages. And I would also, in that sense, like to ask people to leave their chat message with Brian as well as with Hans. And if you have other insights to share also with these two keynote speakers, please do so via the chat. Having said that, I would like now to move to the next panel, which has been now very much equipped with lots of insights, and that can be taken up by looking at the role of district heating in relation to the EU initiatives. And I would like to introduce Roman Mendel, our colleague. He's coordinator for climate policy and sustainable urban development. And as a sustainable city specialist, he has worked also at the not only at the European Secretariat, but also at the World Secretariat of ICLEI, and focused on activities around smart cities, business development, and the Urban Transition Alliance. So Roman, over to you, well equipped with a wonderful lineup of the next panel.
Thank you very much, Carsten, for this nice introduction and a very sustainably warm welcome from me to this panel here today. The title of the panel that we have is Accelerating a Thermal Transition in Line with the Green Recovery. So we'll be trying to address the current political situation and situation that we all face with COVID in the context of the thermal transition as well, and bridge that those two topics. I am very pleased to have with me here today the Managing Director of the Regional Energy Agency for Northwest Croatia, Mr. Julije Domac. Julije, if you want to basically open your camera so that we can see you, that would be nice. Hello, great, and same to my other panelists as well. Then I have with me the Vice President of Bioenergy Europe and also Managing Director of the Austrian Biomass Association, Mr. Christoph Femeter. Christoph, very warm welcome to you here as well. We have on the panel today the Managing Director for Euroheat and Power, Mr. Paul Voss. Paul, very warm welcome. And also very importantly with us, we're very happy to have a European Parliament member and a member of the Committee on Environment, Ms. Jutta Paulus. Thank you very much for joining us here on this panel today. Now, we only have 45 minutes, and I think we're running a little bit late on the conference already. So let's dive right into it, if you don't mind. I would have a question basically to the panel to kick it off with what's happening on the European level. I would like to know basically what is happening with the thermal transition, what is the status quo at the moment on the European level, and what is the policy framework that we have today that is either supporting or maybe even hindering to some extent for that transition to happen, as we heard it needs to by our previous speakers today. And I hope that Ms. Jutta Paulus and maybe Paul, you can help us understand the current situation there. I think you have to unmute yourself if you haven't done so already.
Yes, I have unmuted myself now, actually. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for having me. And I do have to explain right up front that I will have to speak in plenary in about 20 minutes. So then I would have to get off this panel, and so I'll try to be a bit brief. We have not a really comprehensive framework for district heating yet. We have a lot of different legislative actions all around Europe. For example, in Denmark, we have the principle that people have to connect to district heating, but on the other hand, district heating is mostly in the hand of communities or cooperatives and is not profit oriented. So that, of course, is making things easier for the public to accept. As has been pointed out before in the what we have just heard, district reheating, of course, holds huge potential for the decarbonization, because of course it's much easier to decarbonize one district heating network instead of decarbonizing every single heating system in individual houses. And for me, what's very interesting is that we have some projects, I have visited one in Germany, where district heating networks is also a district heating network is also used for district cooling. And this is an aspect which should be evaluated a bit closer, because increasingly our summers are getting hotter. Cities are turning to heat islands, and therefore we have to make sure that we will not have a huge additional energy consumption through cooling. And there are decisions to be taken now, because people start buying very cheap but very ineffective coolers in order to be able to sleep in their flats in summer. And that's a problem that we should address better sooner than later. I think that on the European level, we will have a lot of legislation coming up. You have probably all seen the communication of the Commission on the renovation wave. Also the necessary financial means under the recovery plan. And this renovation wave is meant to accelerate deep renovations and to replace inefficient heating and cooling systems that are based on fossil fuels. I would have liked to see a bit more decisive language when it comes, for example, to the necessary investment in staff, in training, in skills. For example, I would have loved to see a trans-European program, because as probably a lot of you know, we have a very large number of people without any income, being out of job, especially in the southern European countries, where there are other countries where the demand for skilled workers cannot be fulfilled for doing those deeper innovations. So we would have a win-win situation here. The numbers tell us that for every million invested in renovation, you create up to 20 full-time jobs, well-paid jobs. And that's really a very important issue, especially as we are facing the recession after the COVID crisis.
Excellent.
The renovation wave addresses this huge potential, because everyone knows we have about 40% energy consumption through heating and cooling of buildings. Also, what I think is very important, that we have to integrate the circular economy into the renovation wave, because no one is interested in having a lot of difficult to manage waste after doing renovations, or after doing a deep renovation when a lighter renovation has been done before. So we should look at the circular economy issues better sooner than later, better safe than sorry. We have, in the past, we have had building materials containing, for example, toxic components, which are a huge problem now. And there is something that we should integrate in our approach here. There are other legislative proposals coming up next year. For example, we will see the Renewable Energy Directive being revised again. And there we think that the member states should allow inter alia the use of efficient district heating and cooling using renewable energy. I was very impressed by the Danish approach, Denmark is not one of the sunniest countries in the EU, I tend to believe, where we have thermal solar heating being combined with district heating. So they store the heat over several months and thus save on using fossil fuels. Also, we have seen the Energy Storage Initiative report by the ITRE committee, where I'm a substitute member, which considers thermal storage, such as large-scale boilers and district heating, to be a very efficient tool for energy storage. As I forgot your name, I'm very sorry. You have pointed out, very rightly, fully pointed out that storage, electricity storage is much more expensive than storing heat. And there we have huge potential, especially in densely populated areas. We will be closely looking at the next CEF, Connecting Europe facility, because district heating is eligible for funding. And I would very much love to see cities, communities, member states taking advantage of these possibilities. And one last thing, because it's very close to my heart, it doesn't have to do so much with district heating, but actually for me, it's very important. I think when we are using so much money to deeply renovate our buildings, to also apply spatial planning, because it's always cheaper to do renovations when you renovate a whole district, a whole quarter, than renovate buildings one by one, then we should also pay attention to the green infrastructure. Cities with a lot of trees, with green facades, with green roofs, are cooler in summer, and the houses are warmer in winter. So this is a very cost-effective and biodiversity-friendly way to decarbonize, or at least partly decarbonize, or make heating and cooling more efficient just by using nature. And at the same time, we can take care of our water cycles, because that's also very important. We have seen increasing heavy rain events in our cities, and with devastating examples all over Europe where whole houses were just swimming down the road. We need to manage our water much better than we have done in the past, and we should take this holistic approach when we do deep renovations. We should also, and when we do district heating, when we deploy district heating, we should also think of what else can we do to improve the well-being in our cities. Thank you very much, and please don't be offended that I have to just run very quickly.
Thank you very much, Jutta. This was fantastic and a great overview for us. I think there's a lot to unpack here. I would like to stay a little bit more on the policy framework. Paul, maybe you want to tell us a little bit from your perspective, what you would want to highlight to kind of like summarize what the current situation is on the European level for the policy framework that we are working within, that Monsieur Paulus just unpacked nicely as well. And just give us an understanding where we are in this transition to more sustainable heating and cooling across Europe on the policy side.
Sure, thank you, and thanks for the invitation. Look, the current situation is probably not great. I mean, when you consider the fact that, as we've heard already a couple of times this morning, heating and cooling's half of the energy that we use, and it's overwhelmingly dominated by fossil fuels today. The fact that traditionally there hasn't been much of an emphasis on heating and cooling at European level is difficult to justify. And it seems to me there are a couple of reasons for this historical situation. The first is, if you think about the way energy policy is developed at European level, the chief function of European energy policy over the last decades has really been to govern the functioning of the internal energy markets for gas and electricity. And so you have a kind of institutional architecture that is designed to address problems that might come up, either through gas, electricity, or some combination of the two, as opposed to more local infrastructure like district heating. So I think it has been difficult for us to insert ourselves into the EU discussion because of this architectural or institutional challenge. The second thing, and Brian hinted at this in his opening remarks, there's been a problem with the modeling. Hans van Steen, I'm not sure if he's still with us, but I'm sure he won't mind me saying he heard a lot from me in the weeks before and after the publication of that 2050 long-term strategy, because I wasn't particularly pleased with the way that they dealt with heat and district heating. And that again is because at the time they simply weren't in a position to model it correctly. And I was told this by a number of officials who said basically, well, you're victims of the model. It's designed to deal with things via gas and electricity. And so these challenges mean that traditionally in Europe's energy policy, heat and by extension district heating have been relatively marginal. But what's great is this is changing. Going back, nearly 4 years now, we had the first ever European heating and cooling strategy, which did a lot to bring this discussion closer to the center of the European energy policy debate. And one of the conclusions that came out from the discussions around that was that the model's not the boss. We have modeling for 2050 based on inputs that somebody gives the machine. The model doesn't get to decide. And what I'm seeing now is a desire at EU level to kind of close the gap between rhetorical enthusiasm for district heating and a policy framework based on electricity and gas. And that change is hugely encouraging. And it's also necessary, because I think when you talk to local actors, cities and energy planners, spatial planning, as Jutta just said, is so important. When you talk to these local actors, you find that they don't recognize a model based exclusively on gas and electricity. They are approaching their problem differently with their own local knowledge of local resources, local needs, and local competence. And it's really important, I think, for the EU that you don't get a kind of credibility problem whereby there's a huge gap between what makes sense on the level of the overall internal energy market and what makes sense for a local energy planner. Because in the end, heat is an extremely local issue. Even if we absolutely need a European framework, the final decisions, the ultimate choices need to be made by people who know what's happening on the ground. And so right now, I'm really encouraged because we have a whole new wave of legislation coming, as has been said, a new renewable energy directive, a new energy efficiency directive, probably a new buildings directive, and all kinds of revision, tax policy, state aid, a whole new legal framework to accompany the Green New Deal. And more, I see that district heating has made its way into the center of the discussions around that. So perhaps I've been frustrated in the past, but I couldn't be more optimistic at the moment.
Thank you, Paul. This is fantastic. Good to hear that you're optimistic now and that you see things happening on the policy framework level. And thanks also for the transition to the local level, because indeed this is something that I really very much want to get at. So my next question would be, what is the current state of district heating and cooling actually at the local level? Where are we? What is the nuts and bolts, of that discussion that we see in some of the regions and places? And I'm very happy to have with us, of course, Julie Domatz and Christoph Femmete, who both are very much in touch with what's happening in the situation in Croatia and also in Austria, on top of their understanding of the European framework, of course. So Julie and then Christoph, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you see concretely happening within your regions and maybe even the city and district level in practice at the moment?
Yeah, with pleasure. Should I start first?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, good. Well, good morning once again from Croatia. It's not a sunny day, sunny Croatia as usual, but anyway, a very good morning. It's a very interesting and hot topic, I would say. For years, district heating and the whole heat sector was a little bit neglected in the whole energy policy. In Croatia, I think we have similar problems like in many other Eastern European countries. So it was a heritage of that centralized, central planned systems. So we have large district heating systems. Many of them are not very energy efficient. Many of them ignored the need to individually measure consumption and so on. So over the last couple of years, we had to take that challenge, but I'm happy to report that there are some good developments now. We have district heating systems in 10 Croatian cities, and actually all of them are already investing or well, at least planning some investment in greening district heating sector in Croatia. This is very good to see. So we have already implemented projects where there are solar collectors supporting district heating systems. We have still just one, but never mind, a small-scale biomass district heating system in Croatia. We have plans to include geothermal energy, for example, in city of Karlovac. We have now very ambitious plans to include solar energy for the city of Zagreb and surrounding little cities like Zaprešić, Samobor, Velika Gorica. So this is all good. Of course, the problem with district heating in Croatia is that you cannot just invest a little bit and see the progress. You need to have a huge investment, at least for Croatian perspective. But I think that that's very well recognized, and even in a very first draft of our recovery plan, there should be a very large scale and interesting project of introducing biomass in district heating systems in rural areas in Croatia. So despite all the problems and barriers, I see that this is going to be a very exciting sector to work in the near future.
Fantastic. And Christoph, what would you say about the Austrian story? You've been listening now to this from the neighboring Croatia, but do you feel like there's a lot happening within the district heating expansion, also on the Austrian side at the present moment? Christoph, you might have to unmute yourself. I'm not sure if that's the challenge here.
So, can you hear me? So good. Yes, we start now again to build new district heating plants and new networks. We had a little bit of sleeping time for some the last 2 to 3 years, but now it starts again. We had a big success story in Austria. District heating delivers about 30% of the households with heat, and nearly 50% of the district heating is based on biomass. Half is coming from directly district heating plants, and the other half is coming out from biomass CHP. Nowadays, we have about 2,400 district heating networks. This is I think is a little bit unique situation, because we have some big district heating networks, and we also have a lot of small ones with fuel heat output under 1 megawatt. But we are facing nowadays two main problems, and this one is natural gas. Natural gas is a really hard competitor for new projects. So if you have a natural gas pipeline, so it's really hard to do new problems. We hope that when green gas came, that green gas will be more expensive, and so it will be easier for district heating again. And the next problem is the decreasing heat demand in buildings. So it's not easy to handle for our projects. So in some areas, we are not able to operate the heating networks in an efficient way, because the heat density for the heat pipelines is too low. So for us, it would be really important to have a good energy room planning, and that also the politics take sure that if there is a district heating network, that there should be no other fundings for renewables when it is possible to get in this district heating network. So these are the two main challenges and points. But in the last years, in the last 20 years in Austria, this district heating and district heating with bioenergy was a really good success story.
That's fantastic. Well, I'm very happy to hear so many optimistic messages this morning. I mean, that's great, but I want to basically dig into and unpack a little bit what is, what some of the barriers are as well. And you mentioned some, Christoph, now with like a missing, room planning or spatial planning, which you also heard from Hans van Steen this morning, that on the local level, very often integrated planning and even understanding of responsibilities is fractioned as one challenge. And maybe we can bring this now together with the topic of the session, which is, the thermal transition within the context of the green recovery. Now, this morning we've heard a couple of times already that the Green Deal is really supposed to be the kind of the road to recovery for COVID, and also simultaneously the road to climate neutrality by mid-century. But there's also potential challenges happening. I mean, one of the scenarios that we heard about this morning was that we could actually look at a decrease in district heating in terms of the energy mix this morning. So I feel like there's a bit of tension here in terms of what we've seen. And I would like to understand, maybe from you, Christoph, again, and also from Paul, what you think are these kind of barriers that we're facing, be it on the local level, the European level, or maybe even the nuts and bolts level of installing the right measures in households and districts. What are the problems that we're facing? Why is it not happening faster with the energy transition?
Yeah, I think the problem is that the fossil fuels are too cheap. This is the main problem. So we are really compatible. We are in some cases, we are cheaper than fossil fuels. We are really compatible with heating oil, for example, in Austria. And we are also compatible to some single boilers, for example. So there are good projects. But now we are on a level, we have about 30%. We reached all the low-hanging fruits are reached, for example, in Austria. I think in other countries, there are a lot of low-hanging fruits too. But if we really want to go in a transition, we need a phase-out plan for fossil fuels, and we have to make clear that fossil fuels are no solution anymore. And then we are compete-able also in the projects which are not the low-hanging fruits. And therefore, we need politics. The market will not do it, and we need higher prices for fossil fuels. And I think this is the most important point which the Green Deal should make. And the Green Deal should not make any new burdens for bioenergy, also for other renewable energies. We need free roads. We need a good science. We have so much material on the market. We can go even faster than this is projected. The district heating demand overall is not so much. This means the energy demand for the district heating is not a big question. So this is a sector we really can go fast. And we should really take a focus in that it's also important for electrification. So we need also things for CHP, and the district heating is a perfect thing also for heat out of district heating. So and for power production, I think it was really a good idea to link these more, the power production and the district heating systems. We can really do 3 claps we can catch 3 flies with 1 clap. So we can produce electricity for the peak demand during winter. For example, heating pumps will need a lot of power. On the other side, we can lower the heat and the necessary heat because of our byproducts, the heating. And then we have to recognize that biomass is stored energy. So if we store bioenergy and make out of energy, we save a lot of money for costs, for storages, for power storages and heat storages. This means not that we do not need them, but we do not need so much, and it makes the bioenergy, make the overall system normally cheaper. So clear, I think we need clear points from the politics, and we need open roads, and we do not need new burdens for the renewable energies.
Great. I mean, this is a lot. I think this is a lot of very key points. Paul, do you think this is happening as well? I mean, you've been talking about the model and how you've been hopeful by seeing a decrease in the dictatorship of fossil fuels in that space. And yet, Christoph says he would like to see actually more of that, and a clear plan on how to get out of fossil fuels in order to help the transition along. Would you copy that, or is there? Do you have any other experiences in that space?
No, I agree with a lot, if not all of what Christoph said. I mean, one big problem is that the main competitor of heat networks is individual systems burning fossil fuels, whether it's natural gas or oil. And too often, there is nothing telling the end user, no market signal, no price signal telling the end user, don't burn fossil fuels to keep your house warm. I live here in Brussels, and I told you guys this when we had our preparatory call. We renovated a house 2 years ago. The whole place was I mean, it was a really old house, needed to be stripped and redone and rebuilt. And I thought it's a great opportunity to try and build a more sustainable home in the middle of Brussels. We put PV panels on the roof, which was fun. We insulated like hell, which was great. But you still need heat supply, that's sure. And I had an awful time trying to find an installer who would even talk to me about some kind of sustainable heating solution. So it was, there is no heat network in the area, not for the moment. I've long said that I'll retire the day that there is, but for the moment we don't have one. So then I thought, okay, well, I can investigate the possibility of a heat pump. It was almost impossible to find an installer who would even come and discuss it with me, because they like to sell gas boilers, because they're used to selling gas boilers. Eventually, I called the heat pump lobby and said, guys, this is embarrassing. Help me find somebody. And they did. And the guy came and said, yeah, I can put a heat pump in your garden for 23,000 euros. And then I asked him, what about the payback period? Because we're going to live in this house a long time, I think. So I would have been willing to make a long-term investment. And he politely laughed and said, no, you'll spend more on the electricity than you ever would on the gas. And that's not really a reflection on heat pumps. It's a reflection on the willingness of many governments to tax gas for residential heat, because it would be probably quite an unpopular policy, if we're honest. And so we end up with a situation where the end user is basically forced by the market to continue buying boilers designed to burn fossil fuels. And I think underneath that, there lies a kind of lack of real urgency. I still think too many of our politicians are keen on solutions which allow them to talk about a long-term plan without taking any difficult decisions in the short term. And my greatest concern for the future of district heating is not that we are beaten by a superior competitor who does a better job of delivering decarbonization, but that when I look outside my window here in Brussels at houses that are all being heated with oil or gas today in 2020, that's still the case in 2040 and 2050. And maybe those boilers become marginally more efficient, and that's great, but it has absolutely nothing to do with ambitions of decarbonization that we talk about today. So I'm worried that we are still trying to negotiate with the climate and see if we can't just make small incremental changes, when I think we do need to be planning for a sort of energy revolution. I don't really want to say any more, but Roman, you're not talking. He's back.
Thank you, and sorry for this interruption. My headphones ran out of battery. I knew there was going to be some technical problem along the way, and I hope this is the only one. Can you hear me okay with this?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. So I think we've unpacked this, and Paul, thanks again very much for bringing up basically the household level. I think this is very important. I want to use a couple of minutes to address some of the audience questions that are coming in the chat. But before we do that, one last time, Juliet or Mats, do you want to tell us a little bit about how the household level looks like in Croatia? I'm mentioning this now because the story that Paul has been experiencing, I think, is something that many of us see in our day-to-day lives and families and our friends' houses. But we also heard this morning from Jutta Paulus about the renovation wave that is happening right now. She was portraying it as something where she's hopeful that the renovation wave can be done in the right way. But at the same time, with the current condition that Paul was mentioning in this anecdote right now, it seems like this renovation wave might actually be one of those challenges where we're setting a path in the wrong direction at the moment. Is this something that you would feel is happening in Croatia at the moment, or do you feel like we're going in the right direction on the household level at the moment?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a challenge. That's quite obvious. Well, I have a similar story. So at the beginning of this year, in March, to be precise, in addition to the COVID crisis, we had that earthquake which affected the city center of Zagreb. And actually, a lot of houses has been at least partly destroyed, and a lot of chimneys were destroyed, so people cannot heat their homes anymore. And immediately after the earthquake, the colleagues from Faculty of Mechanical Engineering of University of Zagreb and my own agency, we came out with a position paper that this is actually an opportunity. So we should think about decarbonizing the heating of the city center, because, well, they were all using individual gas boilers, the big majority. And that this is now an opportunity to expand the district heating system, and then, well, eventually we can make it green. And, well, this is an ongoing discussion still. The first reaction from the government and from gas companies, as you can imagine, was very negative. It was a lot of actually interest in the media and in NGO sector. The first reaction was very negative. I even got a message from one of the gas companies that they are going to kill me if I'm going to continue with such ideas. I'm not sure was it a joke or not. Well, it was something in between. But anyway, we feel that there will be a lot of opposition, but again, we see that as a opportunity. And the whole renovation wave and the whole COVID situation, we feel that there is a green push and an opportunity, or maybe just me, always too optimistic.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So actually, for the last 5 minutes, we have one question that came from Michael Laubenheimer in the chat, and that is, it's a very good one. It's basically, what are the tangible takeaways from what you have been saying for the KeepWarm project specifically, that is the background of this conference? So maybe this is a question that each of you could try and answer succinctly. What are the key takeaways for the KeepWarm project from your end? Maybe we'll start with Christoph on that one, if that's okay.
Thanks.
I'll put you on the spot.
The key message is that we have a lot of different areas, and the different areas have different problems. We have different situations, we have different renewable potentials, and every district heating network has its own set to work on, and its own possibilities to get decarbonized. And for me, it's really important to have these different views, and also in other areas, to see what are the problems there. And yeah, and the good thing is to look at the different solutions and to find good ideas for our own solutions. So therefore, this is for me the key takeaway from this project.
Thanks, Christoph. Julia, do you have one as well? Like, what would you want to give us on the way for this project as a key takeaway from your comments?
Yeah, well, I think we used the project very well. We really started a very serious discussion with HEP, the main energy supply company. And well, the projects for introducing solar collectors in the system for 3 cities covered by HEP is developing very well. So I think we are really going to have a very concrete result from the project, a serious investment, not just increase of knowledge or capacity, which is always good, of course.
Fantastic. And Paul, any famous last words from you before we close the panel?
Well, what I take from this is that this is something that really can be done, even in Central and Eastern Europe, where views about district heating might be colored by the way those systems were in the past. They don't need to be thought of as kind of unfortunate vestiges of a previous system. But if you think about them differently, if you transform them, they really are strategic assets that these cities and countries have, and they should be used. The other thing I would say is that this implies a responsibility for us as a sector. It's nice for us to talk about what we want from government, and it's nice for us to make promises about decarbonizing by 2050. But we also, as an industry, need to start acting. I hope that we are in cities around Europe, today to take steps that are consistent with those long-term promises.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paul. Thanks a lot to all of you, actually, as our panelists. I think this was a very good, fruitful discussion with a lot of food for thought. And I hope that some of these points are getting picked up throughout the conference. We're, I think, very much on time, given that we started late and we saved 5 minutes on the talking time here. So thanks again to all of our panelists for being very nice and accommodating for that. And with this, I would end this panel and hand back to you, Karsten.
Hello, Karsten. Well, Karsten seems to be unavailable at the moment. So I will just say that we have a coffee break, which is coming up now, and we'll be reconvening in 15 minutes. And we have a little song that we would share with you to bring into the coffee break. But we'll be back in 15 minutes with our next panel, which is about the just transition. So thank you. Enjoy your coffee.
Self-prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling, but you can win if you would try. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hurt like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling, but you can win if you would try. And sun will rise upon many gloomy lights. Hey, those who sit around and say nothing good comes down our way. Some say what's the use to try? Life is awful hard and dry. Such news to you. This is what you ought to do. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hurt like some folk do. What's the use of prancing high while the world goes smiling, but you can win if you try. Trouble worry you. Don't get hurt like some folk do. What's the use of prancing high while the world goes smiling, but you can win if you try. trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing high while the world goes smiling? But you can win if you will try. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling? But you can win if you would try. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling? But you can win if you would try. Sons have set and sun will rise upon many gloomy lights. Hey, those who sit around and say nothing good comes down our way. Some say, what's the use to try? Life is awful hard and dry. No, if they bring such news to you, this is what you ought to do. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling? But you can win if you try. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling? But you can win if you try. Hey. Throw your troubles far away. Smile a little every day. And the sun will start to shine, making life so true and fine. Do not let a little care fill your life with grief and fear. No, just be calm, be brave and true. Keep your head and you'll get through. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling? But you can win if you will try. Let no trouble worry you. Don't get hot like some folk do. What's the use of prancing, ha ha, while the world goes smiling? But you can win.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back. Also, now with these inspiring music tones of not overheating, keep cool, for this next hot debate and hot panel on sustainable district heating contributions to the just transition. And it's my very pleasure to hand over to my colleague Giorgia Rambelli. She's coordinator for climate policy and energy governance. And Giorgia is currently the head also of the coordination unit of the International Urban Cooperation Program, which enables cities to link up and share solutions to urban development challenges. She's in addition also part of the European Covenant of Mayors Office and is working for the Secretariat of the Global Covenant of Mayors for Energy and Climate. Giorgia, I'm very pleased. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for taking on the next panel, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Carsten, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to be with you today. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to discuss the importance and the contribution that district heating can really bring to the energy transition. I want to welcome you officially, of course, to our session, and it will be my pleasure for the next 45 minutes to take you through a journey that aims to discuss how we can ensure that district heating does not only help us and contribute to keeping our cities and our citizens warm, but also that how it can help to support communities in driving forward a sustainable and fair energy transition for all. As we know, the challenge, but also the great opportunity that is posed to our society by becoming climate neutral by 2050 requires systemic, transformative, and impactful measures. All the solutions that we need to identify, both the technical as well as the policy related ones, need to have to respond to a world that is increasingly complex. They have to address environmental aspect, of course, but we also need to very closely look into the economic and social challenges. And at the same time, we need to do all of this while taking into account that there are specific needs on the ground that are coming from our society across of Europe. These societies in this period have also shown how vulnerable they can be. We have, of course, the issue that COVID have brought about, and we've seen how important it is to enhance the resilience of our communities against not only social and economic impact, but also against environmental shocks. These are the key ingredients to of course, secure a sustainable future for Europe. To walk on this pathway, to reach this climate neutrality target that we are looking ahead of us, a successful energy transition is, of course, one of the most important ingredients. And a successful energy transition can only be a just energy transition. So we really need to try to bring on board as much as possible communities across Europe to really secure a fair access, not only to the benefits of such transition, but also a fair distribution of the cost, making sure that this transition is not bringing about any harm to our most vulnerable part of societies. So the current proposal that the Commission has put on the table to achieve the 55% of reduction of emission by 2030 is estimated that to enable this proposal, we will need to at least reduce our buildings' greenhouse gas emissions by 60%. And with them, the energy consumption needs to be reduced by 14%, and the energy consumption related to heating has to be decreased by 18%. So lots of numbers, but they give you a little bit the idea of the effort that it's ahead of us. And as I said, it's indeed an effort, but it's also a great opportunity to try to think how we can really reshape the way that we approach our contribution to the energy transition. So I think when we talk about the energy transition, we talk about heating and cooling, it's not just about, of course, how can we reduce our emissions, but also we need to think very closely about how do we make sure that we provide adequate warmth, adequate cooling, adequate services, to secure a decent standard of living to our citizens that are living in our society. And energy poverty is indeed one of the key issues that Europe is facing at the moment. There is a widespread challenge that has to be sorted. A recent estimation puts around 50 million of households across Europe not being able to afford proper indoor thermal comfort. These households are not only affected from high energy expenditure, but they face issues that are combined with this high energy expenditure really bring a lot of challenges. So for example, very often they have a low income, they have buildings that are not retrofitted appropriately, they don't have adequate access to heating, or they are facing disproportionately high heating cost, and they really struggle to meet their end needs at the end of the month very often, and are not able to secure the level of quality of thermal comfort that they need, with a big effect not only on their capacity to properly interact with the society and to have access to all the services, but also to really have a proper high standard health quality for themselves. So today we wish to talk about all of this, to go a little bit beyond just the more, let's say, energy related aspect, and to really dig into this aspect to talk about co-benefits for our societies. And we want to ask ourselves, how can policies help us in driving more sustainable energy systems and district heatings? How can we make sure that they contribute not only to keep our standards high up in terms of energy efficiency, but how can we make sure that we bring together with that also an economic and social high level of quality for our citizens when it comes to heating and to their access to energy and to thermal comfort? How can we consider the close relationship between public authorities, utilities, and different social housing, for example, companies? How can we create better synergies among them to facilitate this process and to really implement a more just transition for our citizens? What kind of policies are in general needed, and what are the measures that will support these processes? And to accompany me through this journey today and discuss this very important aspect, I will have the pleasure to share the floor with a distinguished number of speakers that will form our panel. So I will go through a few of the names that will be accompanying us today. So first of all, Patrik Pinske is the mayor of the city of Chodov in Czech Republic. Daniela Torres from the European Covenant of Mayors Office. She's a monitoring expert and also have a lot of expertise on reporting and verification. Edo Omic is an economist, part of the studies unit in the European Cooperation and Strategy Directorate of the Council of Europe Development Bank. And last but not the least, Konstantin Krinitsky is the head of the energy department in the Eco Action NGO in Ukraine, based in Ukraine. So I'm really excited about this panel and about having so many different perspectives today that we can't really dig upon to try to understand how to shape better our policies to secure a more just transition when it comes to leveraging the potential of district heating and cooling in our societies. And I would really like to start discussing with Mayor Patrik Pinske. Are you with us, Mayor? There might be some technical connection, maybe.
Yeah, Georgia, I'm afraid Patrick has not joined us yet, so okay. Please continue with our other panelists. We take care of finding him.
Okay, thank you very much. Then to set us the scene, since we've been talking a little bit about how different district heating policies can contribute to change and to further the transition in our communities. Maybe I would like to start with Daniela. From a European Covenant of Mayors perspective, Daniela, a lot of the cities across Europe have signed up, they are developing their plans, they are looking into different measures to reach their targets. What is the contribution that heating and cooling can bring in relation to this? And maybe digging a little bit more into the way that these actions are being shaped and these strategies are being shaped. Are they connecting the importance of this measure with fostering and tackling energy poverty in the communities?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Georgia. Thank you very much for the KeepWarm project for inviting us to come. So yes, Georgia, I think that your question on how district heating and cooling is supporting cities to advance in this just transition, I think that is very important for us to put that in context. One of the aspects that the Covenant of Mayors covers. So we cover, of course, energy, climate goals, and this third new pillar of energy poverty is now taking more relevance on the different sustainable energy and climate action plans that our signatories are developing. When we talk about district heating and cooling, it's very important to know that whether we can think that district heating is only an issue or the heating demands are very high in the northern part of Europe, well, the case is that in all Europe, we do consume a lot of heating. We do need to warm our house, but also to warm our industries, to provide heating to our industries, making the emissions of the cities grow. And of course, district heating and cooling, they take an important part of the amount of emissions and energy consumption or of any city in Europe. We do an evaluation of the different plans that the cities submit every year in our reporting platform. And we had an interesting analysis in the latest report that we did in the year 2019, because we had good news when we talk about heating and cooling, because when we evaluated when the cities were defining their baseline like 10 years ago until the goals that they have today, greenhouse emissions from heating and cooling in buildings have fell around 27%. So we are in the journey. Cities are starting to work on this. And this is mainly driven by the improved energy efficiency in buildings and subsequently lowering energy consumption level. Of course, also we have some cities that improve more the local heat production, so working more in the supply side of the energy and district heating provision. And of course, there are other cities that are starting to include the share of renewables and decentralized energies in their energy matrix on the city level. So of course, all these actions do not only reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, but also help cities to make the energy more affordable. That is the key point when we talk about energy poverty, that we need to lower down the energy costs so citizens can have better access to energy, and of course have an adequate service provision in their houses.
Thank you very much, Daniela, also for getting us started with this good news about the potential being leveraged by different cities across Europe in terms of the district heating. I think this is a wonderful start for our cooperation. But I have to say that while there are a lot of cities that indeed are making a lot of progress in this regard, unfortunately, there are still a lot of challenges. And when we talk about challenges, and I would be interested also in seeing a little bit what the Covenant of Mayors Office thinks around that later on. But when we talk about challenges, of course, very often one of the key aspects that has to be addressed are policy framework conditions and financial mechanisms that are often not up to speed, let's say, for the challenge of really facilitating a proper response in shaping district heating systems. So I would like to ask maybe Edo Omic to give us a little bit of his insight on how these different financing mechanisms and this framework condition can really be shaped in order to make a successful contribution to district heating. Edo.
Of course, and thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to present today. No, I agree on much what has been said already, and Giorgio, you kind of already laid the foundations. Because we're from the Council of Europe and we're the development bank, we often look at the social impact of how we can work in financing energy efficiency and renewable sources of energy and new sources of funding, such as district heating as well. The first and foremost for us, the biggest impact is, of course, understanding how the impact is on the lower income individuals and the cost burden associated with the current energy mix supply that households have to rely upon. And as you said earlier, not only are they having a disproportionately large amount of their income dedicated to these things, they also tend to be at higher risk of other socioeconomic indicators. Just to add a little background to that, things like risk of poverty rates, food poverty, and much worse health outcomes in many places. We actually undertook an analysis of understanding what are the kind of policies that are effectively driving down energy consumption and also energy poverty in Europe as a whole. And what we found actually was that when we look at it from a completely cross-country element, one element that was quite disconcerting to us was that actually regulatory elements was the biggest contributing factor to why households will reduce their consumption and also reduce energy poverty rates in the long term. So it's about setting minimal standards on how houses are built and installation systems and so forth. Financial incentives have historically been geared towards well-off individuals already, or homeowners themselves in Europe in the last 20 or so years. Now, things are changing, and they have been changing the last few years, but what's disconcerting there is that there's not enough focus on creating the necessary financial incentives to help lower income households be able to obtain the funding to be able to retrofit their homes to energy renovation, or even to access new types of energy sources. And one thing that we as a bank have been trying to do is trying to identify where there are potential areas for additional financing. So in Spain, for instance, we invested in a project where we tried to use biomass as a means to be utilized for the energy consumption within the local area, a relatively poor area that used to be a heavily mining-oriented place or region. And as a result, this helped transition to more renewable energy sources that was also feeding into some district heating components there in the urban areas. And this is a positive trend, but these governments needed a lot of technical support and at times also needed grant funding to help be able to upscale or to invest in these kinds of operations. So again, this is an area where I think we need further investment to be given to especially local authorities and urban areas which are trying to transition to new energy sources or different type of heating systems and so forth, because there's a lack of that kind of financial support. And often when we're looking at more lower income countries within Europe or lower income regions, they really need the technical assistance to help have the necessary expertise to upscale to new kind of energy sources. So this is a very broad, very quick overview of some of our research, and I'm happy to go into a bit more later on.
Thank you so much also for sharing with us some of these aspects around the difficulty that very often, especially in the residential sector, people are facing in trying to meet, let's say, the targets of energy efficiency in their own household, but also in accessing the heating quality that they actually need. Maybe just as to trigger again our discussion, I think it would be interesting to see a little bit more how in the future, of course, the upcoming renovation wave that has been launched by the European Commission would support this process. I understand that indeed, including more renewables within and tackling the challenges of the heating and cooling sector is one of the things that, of course, there will be quite a bit of an emphasis on, considering in particular that 80% of the energy consuming residential buildings really comes from heating and cooling. So I think this is a space that definitely we should watch out for, and it would be interesting to know from you, Edo, if you already have maybe a preliminary assessment of what sort of investment will be needed to make sure that we can use the renovation wave in that direction. But before we go into that, I would have a question to our colleague from Konstantin from NGO Eco Action. We've been talking about energy poverty, we'll be talking about the residential sector. Clearly, people are a fundamental aspect in this equation if we talk about heating and cooling, and especially district heating. What do you think is the role that communities and people engagement can really play in regards to this? Do you see any particular challenge in engaging them? Is there an issue, for example, even with social acceptance in regards to these aspects?
Thank you, Georgia. Yeah, so basically, together with our Ukrainian and German partners, we're working in Ukraine's biggest coal region, in the eastern Ukraine called Donetsk region, and we are cooperating specifically with 7 coal municipalities. So we're cooperating with local mayors, their deputies, energy managers on the topic of just transition. So last year, they united and created a platform for sustainable development of coal regions, explicitly around the topic of just transition and what to do where the coal mines will be closed down. And this is a Ukrainian policy actually to close all the unprofitable coal mines down. And local people and local mayors, they understand that they have a big problem what to do when the coal mines will be shut down. They started to propose some different projects what to do in a sphere of just transition. One of them is focused on installation of PV stations on the roofs of municipal buildings. Another one is a more educational based, what to do with local education system. And the last one, what to do with coal mining water. And one of the projects envisions to use coal mining water as a source for generating heat through installation of heat pumps. So these municipalities, they understand that the majority of them, they have a district heating system based on coal, and you can imagine the negative impact on the health of local population, on the environment. And another one, when these coal mines will be shut down, when there will be a coal phase out, majority of these district systems, they are owned and operated by coal industry enterprises, so they will have a direct impact. This is a big topic to raise the awareness about this and this problem that people are aware of, and they understand that they need to decide what to do and how to do it, but sometimes they don't have the necessary knowledge, capacity, and money. And this is when where the national government of Ukraine steps in, because this year seen a development where a coordination center for the transition of coal regions was created. And there are planned to be 2 programs. One of them is the transformation of coal sector of Ukraine, and another one for the transition of coal regions. And we're advocating for to include the matters of district heating into this, into especially for the program for the just transition of coal regions, because as of now there are no concrete steps, and maybe it will be also useful to merge the topics of district heating modernization with building renovation and energy efficiency, which could create jobs which is necessary for the just transition process. And I think this can be one of the priorities that our government also can set in their just transition agenda.
Thank you very much. I think what you mentioned right now also of the situation in particularly vulnerable regions such as coal and carbon intensive region, it's absolutely important and crucial. And I think especially the way of investment, not only in the infrastructure aspect, which of course we need to implement, but also in terms of reskilling and creating new opportunities for jobs is absolutely an essential part of this process. Maybe then to look into a little bit what tools are available for us right now in trying to facilitate these processes. I would like to ask maybe Daniela to give us a little bit of an idea. What is the Covenant of Mayors thinking around, for example, the possibility to facilitate this multi-level governance that Konstantin very rightly pointed towards, and also how can we maybe utilize the tools that the Covenant of Mayors is providing and the knowledge sharing that is being provided to also tackle issues that are particularly important in core regions.
Thank you, Georgia. I think that going back also to the initial aspect that you mentioned about the challenges that we have found to have this transition for a sustainable district heating process within the cities, I think that there are 2 things that we are doing and working with our cities. So first of all, there's an important thing on how to assess the real impacts of the different interventions and the actions that the cities are developing. And we have found that sometimes there are not all the benefits from the different technologies are assessed correctly. So we are working with our cities in order to define specific indicators that help them to assess better the impacts of the different mitigation actions. And for example, for the energy poverty context, now we are starting to work on identifying which indicators cities will use to assess the impact of the different measures implemented, because in the past we were mainly using indicators on energy consumption, for example, okay? But now we know that these issues, and if we want a just transition, we have to include social vulnerability indicators, we have to include also economic indicators, energy expenditure indicators to really assess the impacts of the different measures that the cities are developing. Regarding the issue of working with local and regional governments, another gap that we have seen when we review this plan is that sometimes, for example, cities would like to improve the energy efficiency of their district energy systems, but sometimes these issues is not a part of their competences. This is managed by electric utilities, energy utilities outside the boundaries of the cities, or they are probably outside the boundaries, the geographical boundaries of the city. So in that sense, of course, we encourage, and that is one of the core work of the Covenant of Mayors, to encourage the cities to work with regional and national governments to identify mitigation actions that can be really implemented, and the benefits could be reflected on citizens' life on a local level. So we support the cities in this process. Of course, we provide different types of tools. But I would like also to mention not only the tools that we do as a Covenant of Mayors, but within the European level and the European Commission. I think that there's a whole brand of projects that are developing new software tools that help cities to improve their planning process for district energy and district heating, and help cities to evaluate these measures. There are some tools that are now open and free for the cities to use. Or I can put in the chat several, but the thing is that cities need to identify sources of district heating and cooling that could help them to advance in this just transition that they are looking for.
Thank you very much, Daniela. And I think it's also important to add to that there is a dedicated platform for core regions where they can, of course, also learn and exchange much more on these issues. The core regions platform, that it's indeed providing an opportunity for different regions also to exchange on this important aspect. And I think indeed the dialogue across levels is something that it's extremely important in order to ensure that we can prioritize and go in the same direction when it comes to developing our policies, but also when it comes to somehow pinpoint where we want to go in terms of investments. And this is a bit, Edo, what I would like also to discuss with you. Daniela just mentioned different kinds of indicators that are being developed to assess better also from an economic and social point of view, the kind of measures that have been that have to be undertaken to tackle the issues around decarbonisation, but also energy poverty. Is this something that you see happening also in the financial community, having a little bit more detachment towards the return on investment per se, but also starting to look into other kinds of indicators that are absolutely important? I know, for example, there is a matrix now developed by the European Union looking into sustainability-proof investments for the future. Is this something that is sticking up?
Yes, in fact, actually, just to take a moment of that, we've actually at the Council of Europe have had a energy and a sustainability framework in place, an assessment framework in place for many years now already. So when we go into a project, we want to ensure that it is able to achieve certain long-term impacts within our investments, such as energy consumption levels being decreased, increasing energy efficiency, increasing the lifespan of a home by retrofitting. So we have a host of indicators where we're attempting to look at these components specifically to ensure that when we do invest in something, it is going to have the highest possible social impact and environmental impact in the long term. And just to go back into a little bit more about this renovation wave that I think you were discussing earlier, we've been part of that renovation wave for quite some time, and we're happy and proud of that, because we think it's an extraordinarily important part about helping not only, of course, have the environmental impact long term, but also reduce the costs that many municipal governments and households are facing. And this is the part I think it's very important. We're focusing, I think, at least my intervention so far has been focusing on the household component. But we also know that these investments are necessary for government municipal offices, schools, hospitals within local level governments. They need these investments as well to retrofit aging infrastructure to be able to be retrofitted for more energy efficient usage in the future. And again, going back to some of our work, we have found that on average, when a society or a country sees energy efficiency improve by about 10%, which is about roughly what the improvement happens every about, I don't know, from our analysis, it was every 8 to 10 years. When that occurs, you tend to see a consumption of energy levels by about anywhere between 2 to 7%, and by energy poverty levels by 2% as well. So this is a huge impact within a lot of societies. And in some countries, again, it goes back to what Daniel was saying, this is outside the technical capacity of those local governments. So they need additional funding and sources sometimes to be able to upscale their housing stock or their municipal government buildings. And in Slovakia, I'll have an example here. Roughly half of the housing stock there is what we would consider these panel buildings that were constructed between 1955 and the end of communism in 1990. And often these houses were of much lower quality built. They were not sustainable. They had real issues with heating problems, with energy sustainability, and also just the way that things were being heated and the way the energy was being used was very inefficient. And actually our investments in that region and in Slovakia have helped retrofit a lot of these housing stock in a way so we can now see housing energy bills being reduced by about 30 to 60% on average per year. And we helped by retrofitting things like windows and walls, but also boilers and things of that nature. And these things are important kinds of investments that we need to focus on. And again, going back to the first point of what you were asking about the indicators, that's an indicator that I think needs to be focused on more, is about how much households will be able to save, and also government buildings will have to save in energy bills with specific retrofits and new consumption patterns. That kind of stuff, I think, is becoming more and more prevalent within the investment strategies, not only in our bank, but also in other places. But unfortunately, there's still not a universal taxonomy on how we define things like energy poverty or over cost burden rates for households and for municipal governments. So there needs to be still some convergence within the European level about better defining some of these indicators as well. Now, you indicated that the European Union is now pushing that a little bit more, but now it needs to be, I think, disseminated a bit more and applied at the national level governments as well, and at the regional level.
Thank you very much, Edo, for your overview. One thing that I was considering when we were talking about this is, of course, there is a change in trying to understand how to include indicators such as the aspect related to social aspect, environmental aspect, but beyond just the return on investment. And this is something that makes, of course, more comfortable also the investment community, hopefully, around this kind of projects that will have to be implemented in the future. But I was wondering maybe if Konstantin can share a little bit of a thought around also what would put people in a position to wanting to invest in this type of projects. I know, Konstantin, you have also been looking into this emerging trend of increasingly investing to the centralized and community-owned renewable energy. So it's mostly linked to production for now, but things are changing, right? I think also energy efficiency and maybe even heating and cooling can become a new pole or a space where citizens can directly contribute to the energy transition.
Yeah, at first I wanted to reflect something that Daniela said about the need for a dialogue. It's very important in the topic of just transition to have this expansive dialogue between local level, regional level, and national level, plus all the interesting stakeholders, because without it, transition away from coal, for example, to renewables, it's not possible. So returning to a question, yeah, what can people do and how to get them interested? It's a good question, because in the region I'm working in, people there are very concrete. They are coal miners, so they want concrete examples what can be done. So without concrete pilot projects where people can actually see, touch, and feel that, okay, this transition is possible, without this kind of projects, it's nearly impossible to actually go to the region and start talking. And they say, "Oh, you are just talking in just words. We don't see what are your alternatives. What do you support, and what do you create, and what do you propose?" So this support from national level, from local level, from maybe international community in providing this, maybe not pilot projects, I don't like the word pilot projects, lighthouse project, like a lighthouse that shows what can be done, that can be good. Plus, I would also add that, so we're now working with 7 municipalities in coal region. 5 of them are part of Covenant of Mayors. So it's very, very important for them also. They understand, they have this problem, and they need to start transitioning away from coal, and part of the problem of heating system can be also used in the C-cups that some towns are drafting. And it's very important that higher emissions from district heating, especially based on coal, can create opportunities to achieve greater carbon emission reduction, achieve Ukraine's climate goals, and maybe overachieve them, because for now they're not very ambitious, and I say it like a representative from NGO, so for me they are not very ambitious, and also attract maybe climate finance in cases of switching from coal to renewables. So I would conclude that these concrete projects that can be implemented and shown to people that, okay, this is interesting, this is useful, can be good, and then show that it's money-wise, that it's also profitable, that it's can be done in a way that also benefits the community, not only some concrete organizations or municipalities or some companies, but also like the system, the people on the ground.
Thank you. I particularly liked your point about calling Lighthouse either the pilots. I think you are touching upon an important aspect here. It's great to have pilot projects, but it's even better to start thinking about how to scale them up to something a little bit more transformative that can be replicated on a larger scale. And I'm sure that both Daniela as the EU Covenant Office, looking into so many cities, trying to bundle together their projects to have the appropriate investment, as well as Edo that understands the importance of having business models that can work in different contexts, would agree with us. The other thing that I noted from your conversation was about the concrete examples, and I think there is absolutely nothing wrong with concrete examples. I think they are absolutely being concrete and having concrete ideas in front of you. And I think part of our audience also agrees with me. As a matter of fact, Sophia has been writing in our chat that both in the Netherlands and the UK, some of the ex-coal regions are using some flooded mines for low temperature district heating networks. And she's asking if any of you guys know any project in Eastern, but also Southern Europe, for example, that are underway, for example, in the KeepWarm strategies that are KeepWarm target countries, sorry, that are looking into similar approaches. Any idea, any pilots that comes to mind that we can share with our audience today? Daniela.
I can share one, yes. I can share one that probably is very important. We've been working and we've been following as a Covenant. There's one project on district thermal planning process, and there is one project by the city of Jelgava in Latvia, which is that we know that it is a cold region for several years ahead, and the local government with the utility that is operating in the area, they are now trying to expand the network, and they have a combined heat and power plant, and they are working on biomass. Yeah, all the fuel that is used in the power plant is on biomass. So the municipality is shifting from the past coal and natural gas, and now they have a plant that is run by the private sector, run on biomass. And now they are trying to expand the network in the city, considering that they had in the past a legacy network from previous years that we might think that it's old and it could not work in, but believe it or not, it is working very well. The network is already in the city, but what they did is change the fuel in the source. So the one thing that what I really like a lot from district energy networks and system is that in cities where we have the network already in place, the transformation from coal or other fuel services into new sources of energy like biomass, it can be smooth. And I think that most of the cities that will have to undergo this transition, because legally they are obliged in the future, we have to evaluate the energy systems as a whole. So understanding what is the network that the city has and the different sources the cities can have. So this is the example of the city of Jelgava. I will share the link in the chat if someone else wants to know a little, because it's a very nice work with the local government, the regional energy agency also, and the utility. I will share it with you.
Thank you, Daniela. I don't know if anyone else on our panel would like to share any other example, but what you think about that? I see that our colleague George has been sharing on the chat the link to the KeepWarm 23 pilots. I definitely warmly encourage you to have a look at them and be inspired by the different pilots and activities that have been carried out within the project. And I also want to encourage you to post your questions to our panel. We still have a few minutes left, and definitely this is your chance to also interact with our panelists. So please don't be shy and note down your question. It'll be my pleasure to read them aloud for you. Any pilot that comes to mind, or any project you would like to take our attention to?
If I may, just very quickly, please. I mean, unfortunately, no, not at the moment that I'm aware of in the Southeast or in Central European region. As I said earlier, there was a case where we have invested in work in Spain, where we tried to transition towards biomassing, but we think this is, quite frankly, a very helpful area that we need to invest more money. The resources are there. There is a potential high return on investment there as well. for their investments. We have seen that when we disperse the funding for that project, it has created a lot of economic gain, but also large social gain as well, because it helps achieve a lot of governments' increased sustainable or social-oriented policies, especially SDG goals that are now becoming more ingrained within the local level social policies. So it's not that we don't have any project right now in Central. Maybe we will in the future, and maybe I'm just not aware of it at the moment. We're a big bank, but this is an area that we think is going to raise in importance, because we do believe that the social impact component is going to increase in importance in the coming years.
Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask you, maybe going back to the very outset of our entire conversation today, I would like to ask you, what is your suggestion, your key ingredients that you want to share with everyone else on the line today on what needs to be done in order to make sure that district heating is not only a key component of an energy transition, but it also favors a just energy transition as much as possible. So your take and your ingredient for everyone on the line today. Who wants to start? I will volunteer then, Edo.
Well, I think the first and foremost is that we need to focus more on understanding what are the primary issues of energy poverty within most European countries, trying to understand where there are deficiencies in households specifically in terms of what do they need to be able to generate more energy efficient living conditions, how we can create better homes in that way. And I think we have to think about retrofitting existing homes, but also building new housing stock that is, of course, advanced new technologies. When we do tend to retrofit existing housing stock, especially in Eastern European countries, although I don't like using Eastern European, but that's fine, we tend to see that the lifespan of those housing stock can increase by several decades. And so this is, I think, the first part. We need to really understand that energy efficiency improvements are one of the biggest components of helping reduce energy poverty in most countries. When we did some analysis on looking at different energy input supplies at different levels of prices and so forth, even when we saw prices drop substantially, the thing that was going to reduce energy consumption and thus energy poverty rates in Europe is ultimately going to be energy efficiency. That was the biggest indicator in helping push towards more lesser levels of consumption, along with larger economic growth, because unfortunately, income levels determine a lot about how we can get people out of energy poverty. So, but energy efficiency is not something that's going to hurt. It's going to help a lot. And I think it has a real investment impact, because often we then reduce not only the operating costs, but the maintenance cost of buildings when we do retrofit them in the long term. So there is a positive economic return as well when we invest in these kinds of projects.
Thank you. I think that this idea of bringing together this systemic approach when we talk about these measures is extremely crucial. Indeed, sometimes energy efficiency in buildings and district heating are not always connected, let's say, as two mutually serving types of policy that can support each other, and this is something that definitely should be explored much further in the future. Especially if we are serious of getting to the carbon neutrality by 2050, I think all hands on deck are needed and breaking these silos. I know that this is something that everyone says, but it really is something that it's important to start fostering as much as possible. Maybe Konstantin, what is your take on the key ingredient to make sure that district heating contributes to a just transition?
I have one recommendation that I always go to. It's always for people that want really that transition to be just. Always go to the local level, speak to the people, because it's very nice to have some programs that are being drafted in the capitals of different countries, but without the interest and speaking to the local population, it's very difficult to achieve anything. As an example, I can say about that 7 towns that we are working with in the eastern Ukraine. They are now drafting a joint transformation strategy for their towns, and one of it's more like economic transition. It's more focused on economics, but there will be sectors on renewable energy, and we'll also add there some points about the heating system. Plus, maybe returning to your earlier question also about how to get interested people in this transition, especially in the heating sector. yeah, it's nice to have projects and ideas how to improve their health and environment. That's good, and that must be. But another one, these projects and these approaches must also create new jobs, because coal mining towns, they are very dependent on their coal mines, and when it will be shut down, there will be a huge wave of people, of miners, that will be looking for jobs. Without the alternatives, without the diversification of local economies, they can migrate to other regions, and there will be literally ghost towns, and we need to avoid that. So maybe merging the topic of modernization of district heating with new, energy efficiency, with building renovations and creating new jobs, that can be very useful and understandable to the people in the regions. And okay, you have this other opportunity, among other things.
Thank you very much for making the connection there. I think it's also a very proactive suggestion for us to think a little bit outside of the box and look into this as an opportunity to reskilling people that are in regions that, of course, right now are facing this type of transition. So that's absolutely a great point. And maybe also building upon your previous contribution, this aspect of trying to engage more directly citizens, not only in the energy production, but also in the energy production. Potentially they can be included within district heating systems, I think could be definitely a way also to facilitate more the engagement of these communities that are shaping themselves up to be more active consumers, self-consumers and prosumers in many cases across Europe. So I think that's a very important aspect as well. Daniela, what is your ingredient?
Georgia, my ingredient is that to everybody to lose the fear of district heating, because I think that a lot of people think that district heating is an old technology, a legacy technology that costs a lot. And I think that they have to lose this fear, especially local governments. And I invite local governments to evaluate the different options and the benefits that district heating can bring to them. I think that now that we are moving from a national to a more decentralized energy systems, I think that if cities that are the ones that know the realities can find different sources of energy supply that can be part of the district energy networks of the city, that is important. For example, there are several cities, and we have a lot of information on that cities are trying to find different ways to get energy from places that you never imagined before. For example, excess heat from waste management plants, from wastewater management plants, even waste heat from data centers, for example, or from even the subway, that we have a case in Islington that is taking the heat from the subways. I think that cities that are the ones that know the realities, that they know also the demand, they are invited and they should explore further the different options that district heating can bring to them. So as I said before, there are several tools now to do this high-level planning, but of course, the ones that have to make the decisions to go to a decentralized energy are the cities. So we really encourage them to lose the fear and explore how wonderful district energy, the heating and cooling networks are.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for this positive message. I am conscious that we went even a little bit over time. I think that there is a lot that we could continue discussing. For example, we could have had, I think, another hour about the types of partnership that could potentially foster this type of action. I'm hoping that we will have opportunity to meet again in the future and to continue our conversation. But I'm also hoping that you had a nice taste of how you can also look into this more soft, let's say, governance aspect that relate to technology such as district heating, and how much the district heating itself can really contribute to also facilitate the more social and economic development for our Europe. I think that the idea of looking into what are your local resources and how you can leverage them and to adjust them as much as possible to the needs of your society is what really drove the entire conversation that we just had. And it's also a very good hint for the way that we approach the planning and the establishment of our policies for developing further district heating in the future. So I hope it was inspiring for all of you. It certainly was for me. Thank you also to the panelists and to all the contributions that we had in the chat. And I wish you a wonderful continuation of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Georgia. Thank you to all of our panelists. I think that it was very interesting discussion going on, and also something that I think is very important to be able to get the so-called softer side of things addressed, because so many times when talking about district heating, we talk about technical issues only. So it's very nice to be able to remember that we're heating not just homes, but we're heating homes for people. And how the communities adjust to that is very important. I will introduce now the next section, which is the workshops, which will be coming up. And there we have two workshops. One is called Supportive Frameworks Driving Decarbonization Through a Switch to Renewable District Heating. And as you can see, we have examples from Serbia, Slovenia, Latvia, and Italy, which will be highlighted there. This is being hosted by KeepWarm partners, and the other one is Local Aspects, Challenges and Policy Solutions for Energy Efficiency in District Heating Systems. This one is being organized by our sister project, Upgrade DH, and you can see Latvian, Lithuanian, Bosnian, and Danish examples being brought forward. And there, you've all been pre-assigned to these rooms according to your registration. But if any of you wish to go to the other panel, or you feel that you have been wrongly assigned, you can simply leave the breakout room, come back to the plenary, and we can reassign you. But you have to tell us in the chat where you want us to assign you instead. So then the first panel on renewable district heating is being hosted, moderated by our KeepWarm partner, Jure Cheeseman from the Jožef Stefan Institute Energy Efficiency Center in Ljubljana, Slovenia. And there's Jure on screen. He's been working there since 2013. He's become, he's quite an expert on energy technologies and policies, especially heating and cooling, from EU levels on downwards to local action plans. And within the KeepWarm project, he is leading our work package on policy integration to ensure that district heating retrofits get their deserved priority within local to national strategies. The other panel on efficiency side of district heating is being run by the Dominic Rutz, if you could turn on your camera as well. He's the head of unit for bioenergy and bioeconomy at VIP Renewable Energies based in Munich. He's been there since 2005, and he's vice president of the European Technology Platform of Renewable Heating and Cooling. And among other projects that he's coordinating, he is the coordinator of the Upgrade DH project. So therefore, everyone will get now a notification to be joined to a breakout room, and please accept, and then we can have targeted discussions in the breakout rooms, and we will reconvene here in 15 minutes afterwards. So please assign.
Jetzt? Ah, diese fünf Optionen zum Muten, die bringen dich noch.
Hello, I thought I'd put a friendly face here. I'm still trying to assign a few people to the breakout rooms.
Warte mal kurz, ich muss mal ganz raus aus dem, da war gerade die Emily von KeepWarm, die soll mich nicht assignen.
Yeah.
Emily, are you listening to me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'll mute you, okay?
Can you mute? Yeah, but then try to mute me, and then I hope I can talk to Holger still.
Okay. Milienko, do you hear me? Is everybody who needs to be assigned to a session assigned?
It is working.
Yeah, I just heard somebody. Yulen?
Yep.
I'm having a difficulty. I was wondering if maybe I could make you
Make me
you
host if you want.
so that
Of
you could
course.
allocate people.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because mine seems to be frozen. I mean, we have a few people who are not assigned yet,
Okay.
and
Sure.
unfortunately, I can't assign them yet. Maybe you can give me back the host's rights afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, just a moment.
Mhm. Okay. Hi, is Christian Messina here? Okay, I can see Ilse wants to go to
efficiency.
Yeah.
Advancement.
Robert and Christian, if you can tell us to which breakout room you should join.
Hi, Nana, are you there? We are running some workshops right now, so we can assign you to one of them, although they will end in 10 minutes, but if that's okay, I can assign you to one of them. If you don't have any preference, I will do it randomly.
To chat. Write in the chat.
You can write in the chat if you have any preference. Or if you're hearing me at least. Nena? Okay.
Give them a little, one more person. Not. He's a
I would ask all of those who have your cameras on to please turn off your cameras so we don't have any bandwidth problems. Thank you. And I think that we are all now back in the plenary. I just wanted to give you a quick word for what we will be doing now. You may know that there will be workshop wrap-ups happening after the lunch break. That will be at 2 o'clock. So if you wish to know what happened in the other workshop that you did not participate, you will find out the high points of that after lunch at 2 o'clock. In the meantime, before you go off to lunch just yet, wanted to let you know that we're going to be showing you a small slideshow. So if you want to eat in front of the computer, then you can look at a slideshow that talks about KeepWarm results and how they could be used for you. We also have highlighted several other district heating projects so that you can find out not just about KeepWarm, but about what other colleagues are doing all across Europe. So I would ask for that to start, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock Central European time.
Watch it tear through the light. Watch the clouds float by and leave you cold in the night. And leave you cold in the night. Watch it tear through the light. Watch the clouds float by and leave you cold in the night. And leave you cold in the night. And be alright, and keep you warm. 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 And be alright, and keep with the snow beneath your feet, when you feel the cold and shiver, and the light streams through the trees. Put a heavy coat around you, and I just wish it could be me, and stay warm. If I could, I would, I'd be there. You shouldn't have to walk alone. I've been drifting through December, don't know when I'm coming home. And my bottle's almost empty, and I'm running out of ways to stay warm. And I've been dreaming of you almost every night. Then I wake up, you're not there by my side. When I come back, I'll give you my love, and I hope that you've not given up, 'cause I've been trying everything, but I can only sing to stay warm, to stay warm. If I see you in the summer, would you lie in the sun with me? 'Cause I've been living in the darkness, I've been searching for some peace. When the clouds are gone above us, we wouldn't even need to stay warm. Out of focus in a picture, I see the color of your hair. I hope you've come to a decision, 'cause I could come and meet you there. If I know that I'm forgiven, maybe I could find a way to stay warm. And I've been dreaming of you almost every night. Then I wake up, you're not there by my side. When I come back, I'll give you my love, and I hope that you've not only sing to stay warm, to stay warm. I'm stuck alone, overgrown, need to know, 'cause I'm out of my depth. You're caught in my head. I need to know if you feel the same. We can grow, only hope I can show I'm a better man now, when you'll know that somehow there's still time for us to change. When I come back, I'll give you my love, and I hope that you've not given up, 'cause I've been trying everything, but I can only sing to stay warm, to stay warm, to stay warm.
Felix und Alexander nutzen eToro, um in die Finanzmärkte zu investieren. Felix informiert sich umfassend über globale Investitionsmöglichkeiten. Alexander bemüht sich bei seinem Videospiel, das nächste Level zu erreichen. Felix folgt einem Feed über die neuesten Marktnachrichten. Alexander folgt einem Feed für die neuesten Katzenvideos. Felix hat eine Watchlist für vielversprechende Investitionen. Alexander hat auch eine Watchlist. Warum also hat Alexander genauso viel Erfolg beim Investieren wie Felix? Weil Alexander eToro Copy Trader verwendet, um die Trading-Aktivitäten von Felix automatisch zu replizieren. Wann immer Felix einen Trade macht, macht auch Alexander einen. Traden Sie wie ein Felix auf eToro, der weltweit führenden Plattform für Social Trading.
Cold bones, yeah, that's my love. She hides away like a ghost. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same? Ooh, don't wanna cry, but I'll break that way. Cold sheets, oh, where's my love? I am searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same? Ooh, don't wanna cry, but I'll break that way. Did she run away? Did she run away? I don't know. If she ran away, if she ran away, come back home. Just come home. I got a fear, oh, in my blood. She was carried up into the clouds high above. Ooh, if you bled, I'll bleed the same. Ooh, if you're scared, I'm on my way. Did you run away? Did you run away? I don't need to know. But if you ran away, come back home. Just come home. words we'd find. We never let it go. Feel the rain pour down. Watch it tear through the light. Watch the clouds float by and leave you cold in the night. And leave you cold in the night.
Hello, everyone. For those who are still coming back from the lunch break, so welcome back. We hope that you all had a nice lunch and that you enjoyed yourselves and have a little bit of time. You're able to exercise a little, would be good. As you can see on the screen, we have a little bit of some warm-up questions. So keep warm up. And what you can do is you can use your own cell phone, or you can use another browser tab, or whatever you prefer. Here's the code. You can go to slido.com and put in this number, or if you wish, like I'm going to do right now, I'm going to scan the QR code right off the screen, and I can put in the number 30815, and then you can see our first warm-up poll. It's not there. So we're going to launch the first poll now. It's not very complicated. It's kind of a fun question. So here it is. What did you have for lunch? So you can type in short answers, and then we'll see how the results are. So just to see how that's. Vegetarian lasagna, cookies. Fresh air. I added mine. I had Afghan mantu sandwich. Fresh air. Well, we have a breatharian here who doesn't need any food, just air. That's an actual thing. I don't know if you've heard of that. Breatharians. They believe that air is all. Sandwich is very popular. Okay, that's the most popular way. Coffee. Okay, that's also. We can call that food. We all know that it's necessary. So we have 12 answers. We'll keep this open for a little bit longer as people come in. What did you have for lunch? Somebody worked out for lunch instead of eating. Very good. So for those of you who are still coming back to the computers, we have 16 people who have already answered what they had for lunch. You can go to slido.com and enter the number 30815, or you can use the QR code on your phone, as I did. So somebody had lobster, wow, and caviar. That's very fancy, very good. I see. I'm going to enter Alessandro. Alessandro, what did you have for lunch? Lasagna again. Lasagna is getting very popular. Okay, I think that maybe, so we see that vegetarian lasagna was very popular, coffee was very popular, sandwich was very popular. So these are all things to help warm up our digestion. And we have some lobster eaters out there. I'm jealous. Fresh air, I'm a little jealous of that. Sushi is also good. So I think we're eating well, so that's good. We can go to the next poll question. And See how people are. What is the best aspect about home office? Is it family members walking on screen while you're having a meeting? Is it because you only have to go 2 meters to get to the office? You don't need to jog anymore. You can keep your camera off and you don't have to shave or put on makeup, or that you get to have lunchtime with the family every day, for good or bad. Okay, so people like the commute. Yeah. Very good. So lunchtime with the family is also popular. I did not vote. I'm going to vote myself. I personally I like the fact of people walking on screen. Those always make me laugh. And some of us have maybe have screaming children in the background right as we speak, but we don't know because you're all muted. I'm at the office, so my own baby is not screaming, that I know of at least. So anyone who is just coming in still, slido.com, or you can use the QR code here, 30815. Okay, so people don't like to have a long commute because they enjoy the fact that it's just 2 meters to get to the office, from the bed to the desk, or from the breakfast table to your computer. Okay, so I think we can go to the third and final keep warm up question. A little more serious. What do you think is the most important aspect of the sustainable district heating transition? Is it most important that it drives a green recovery? Is it most important that it is just, and this is critical? Do on-the-ground needs, should they be prioritized? Or is that the investment should come from all levels? So far, one person makes it 100% that it must drive the green recovery. Oh. So for anyone just coming back to us, we've had a couple of polls, that 2 fun ones and now a more seriously minded one about what is the most important aspect of the sustainable district heating transition. You can use the QR code on the left of your screen, or go to slido.com using your phone or another browser and type in 30815, and that will get you to the keep warm up that we're doing right now. So we'll let it go for just a moment more. Yep. Okay, so that's very interesting about the investment coming at all levels. And I think I can hand over to Karsten, who will tell you why it's very timely that this is the #1 result of this particular poll. Karsten.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, George, and hope you all had a good lunch, as I see you had. Let's dive further into what we have been discussing, and in particular, I'm very happy to have with us now from KeepWarm and the breakout room of KeepWarm, Signe Matikenska. She's project manager at the Smega Regional Energy Agency in Latvia, and she will report back on, to us of what has happened during the breakout session of KeepWarm. At the same time, I also would like to welcome very warmly from the other breakout room, which focused on upgrade DH issues, Oksana Krzyzenska. She is project communication officer at DHC Plus technology platform and initiative of Eurasian Power. Thank you both for being with us and for reporting back what has happened within your breakout rooms. Signe, over to you first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Warm greetings to everybody. And thank you for introducing me. And I will try to be clear as much as I can. And I have an honor to be reporter of workshop addressing policy challenges faced locally and highlighting possible solutions at different levels. So let me start. Please, next slide. Today, we have heard voices from 3 parts of Europe expressed by energy management and district heating professionals. From eastern part of Europe, representative of public utility company Toplana Šabac, located in Šabac, Serbia, which operates with biomass and plans to initiate energy cooperative. Also from eastern part of Europe spoke representative of Ljubljana city municipality in Slovenia. They are focusing on ways to heat and geothermal energy. And also we heard ideas from northern part of Europe, from Jelgava in Latvia, representative of Fortum Jelgava, biomass cogeneration plant, which is operating with biomass, heat accumulation, and also residual derived fuel. And also from southern part of Europe, from Italy, representative of digitalization and innovation company Optit, and they are working with waste to heat and power to heat solutions. Next, please. So, which policy challenges were identified at ground level? The key challenges or needs highlighted by our panelists are following. The first speaker from Serbia highlighted the main challenges at the local level. Competition in the district heating sector is expected in order to become more attractive for customers. Also, challenges with decreasing of supply temperatures in district heating and needs for reconstruction of heat production plants, and also need for solutions for smaller local level district heating systems or individuals. The second speaker from Slovenia highlighted main challenges also like at local level, capital of Slovenia level. Main challenge is to give district heating a more important role on the market, and they have ambitious aims by 2030 to have at least 30% of biomass in district heating as source. Today, the share of biomass is 15%, and the other part is of coal. And therefore, need of European support was stressed as very important. Challenge is to use all the possible kind of sources for production in district heating, like geothermal energy, waste incineration, solar systems, in order to decrease energy consumption and to have retrofitted district heating systems. The third speaker from Latvia stressed challenges related to competition with gas network at local level. Fossil fuel is common choice near renewable energy sources based district heatings, and currently switch from fossil to renewable energy sources is insignificant, and current price of gas in Latvia is half of European Union average price and lowest in last 12 years. And current heat price is strongly regulated, and it doesn't allow to make any steps in favor of customers who are very demanded and asking for lower price. And also challenges zoning approach in local municipal planning documents, which is disputable. And the third speaker from Italy indicated two main challenges at national level. The first one, integration of heat pumps into district heating systems production mix to leverage on renewable energy sources based electricity. This business case is already sustainable due to current electricity prices, and the issue at large is connected to unfavorable policy conditions for district heating systems in Italy. And the second challenge highlighted by him, waste heat integration of third parties, industrial third parties. It is by large more complex issue, tackling reliability, supply continuity, supply profiles, and so on. And this complication is a key to unlock district heating systems potential in Italy. Next, please. After highlighting main challenges at different levels, our experts suggested needed policy and even financing solutions accordingly. Firstly, let's see needed solutions at local levels, namely in cities where our panelists are operating and facing challenges. In case of first challenge mentioned on previous slide, Serbia case dealing with biomass and energy cooperative, in lack of availability of appropriate public financial resources, use of alternative solutions like ESCO models or energy service companies as solution in combination of energy cooperatives. Shabac district heating company took up ESCO role to offer for citizens in order to establish their own biomass production system for heat, and also increase renewable energy share in energy mix and to become more attractive for citizens. And there is plan to establish energy cooperatives. In response to second case in Slovenia, solutions were suggested like political, as they have political commitment of sustainable and energy efficient and CO2-free city. Their aim is to decrease energy consumption, to make as much as possible retrofitting of energy district heating systems with help of different international projects, and also solution of use of complementary system in Ljubljana, combined of natural gas and geothermal systems were suggested. And yes, diversification of fuels, establishment of micro heating systems at different places of city, like heat islands and geothermal energy as complementary part for heating buildings plus photovoltaics where possible, and so on. And the next proposed solution at local level regarding Latvian case suggested was that municipalities should be given by law wider delegation to set restriction in local legislation for implementation individual heating solutions. At the same time, this also could be binding for national level. And municipal legislation should set areas where to connect to district heating, where to choose other renewable energy sources. And also zoning can be a solution for densely populated or recreation areas. And this could be covered by local regulations if at national level such delegation would be adopted for municipalities, and also this could be done through territory planning strategies, sustainable energy, climate action plans, especially in relation to set energy and climate targets. Next, please. And in our case, we have come just in one case to suggestions for solutions at subnational level, and this was in case of Serbia, where biomass and energy cooperatives will be established. On the local and regional level, financing models play an important role that need to be adapted. And citizens are open to set up energy cooperatives and to co-finance heat production. And next, please. The following supportive frameworks were addressed to national level. Regarding Latvian case, suggested policy solutions were addressed to local level, as we heard, but also we can address the same to national level because it concerns legislation. So suggestions for amendments in existing legislation or in new coming legislation in order to give municipalities wider delegation rights to set restrictions in local legislation for implementation individual heating solutions in densely populated areas or recreation areas. And in case of Italy, suggested policy solutions are unfavorable policy conditions for district heating systems in Italy, but waste heat and biomass have the highest potential on the national level. Therefore, inclusion of district heating as pillar in the energy transition agenda is important. It has high potential to become subject of incentivizing policies, like avoidance of distortions with competing technologies, leverage on energy efficiency measures. And also suggestion for creation of conditions to minimize risks of strategic infrastructural investments as industrial policy, governance models, support production, mix flexibility, and high potential for national action planning. It was admitted. And in conclusion, I just would admit that the purpose of our workshop was reached, and all of you just have had some essential key needs and solutions. And some of these suggested solutions already exist to ensure district heating transitions away from fossil fuels effectively, but just needs to be improved or fostered or started. But still there are some open questions with no solutions at the moment, for which some actions of specific institutions may be taken up. And we invite you to remember today's identified challenges and proposed solutions and think on them soon. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Signe, for your wonderful summary here. And without further ado, I would also like to know what the Upgrade DH breakout room has and is able to present to us. Oksana, over to you.
Thank you very much, Karsten. Can I have our first slide, please? I would like to remind to those who didn't have the chance to attend our parallel workshop, what is Upgrade DH? Upgrade DH is a sister project of KeepWarm. We received financing under the same call, and our activities are quite similar, although we are focusing on slightly different countries. If you could come back one slide, please. Thank you. We have 8 demo cases, and our partners are providing direct expert support to 8 cities with the replication of Upgrade DH solution. We have compiled best practices and of tools and examples of retrofitting district heating networks, as well as innovative business organizational models. We are developing national DHC action plans and are supporting selecting district heating networks in using our results. Last but not least, under Upgrade DH, we are conducting an image raising campaign for modern district heating networks. And you can probably see it on social media with the hashtag DHCitizen. We've produced the campaign webpage, videos, brochures, and have launched a photo competition where I invite you to participate. It's called Meet the Ones Who Keep You Warm, where we are highlighting people and jobs behind the district heating sector. So please be part of it. Thank you for this opportunity to have our workshop and discussions around a slightly different angle of district heating modernization. We focused on energy efficiency. Could you please change the slide? And Upgrade DH focuses on the whole value chain of district heating modernization, so measures for modernizing production, distribution, and consumption side. And it was noted during the workshop that the biggest potential for energy efficiency lies on the consumption side. So let's have a look at the challenges and solutions identified by our speakers and who they were. So we had 4 panelists representing different countries and also different stakeholders. We had a utility from Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2 district heating associations, Latvian and Lithuanian, and we also had an academia representative from Aalborg University in Denmark with rich experience of working in European projects and also some best practices from our Scandinavian friends. Can you please move on? To summarize policy challenges, I would like to divide them in 2 areas. So at the national level, one of the main messages was that individual heating solutions are quite inefficient and pollutant, but they often create unfair competition for district heating networks. That was mainly highlighted by our Latvian speaker. And I guess that many Eastern European countries and Central European countries can relate. It was also pointed out that district heating is a very complex sector to regulate, and it touches upon many aspects, urban planning, energy efficiency, hence a specific legislation often doesn't exist. It's also important that district heating is an important energy infrastructure that needs clarity in terms of predictability of investments and adequate regulation and pricing, which is currently often missing. Sometimes we face a bad reputation of district heating service, which is often even caused by external factors such as very slow and limited progress in renovation of buildings, but they are interrelated. And it was also pointed out by our Bosnian speaker that one of the major challenges is the absence of feed-in tariff for heat production from CHP or renewables. Hence, it's not financially interesting to improve energy efficiency for the moment. Could you please change the slide? At the national level, the main challenges are actually that the national climate and energy ambitions are not translated by municipalities. Sometimes they have very formal plans, and district heating companies are often driven by lowest cost considerations. So it's difficult to improve energy efficiency on the ground. There are often no heat management plans, which is translated by oversized heat production and transmission capacity. For example, in Lithuania, low share of cogeneration, low energy efficiency of buildings, once again. The pricing of district heating is not often adequate. It's not based on the actual costs, quite low. And in Bosnia, for example, very few dwellings are equipped with thermostatic valves. And on the financial side, almost all speakers pointed out that there are no financial incentives for consumers to switch to sustainable heating solutions. Could you please move on? Hence, we are coming to the recommendations, and we will start at the local level. So one of the messages was from Bosnia and Herzegovina to change from surface-based billing to consumption-based billing. I guess many participants of this event can relate to this situation in their countries, and this needs to be included into law on thermal energy if it's existing on or under preparation. It's important also to install thermostatic valves for heating room temperature regulations, and Upgrade DH, a demo case in Tuzla, has actually demonstrated that the payback period of this measure is only 3 to 4 years, but local financial assistance is needed. It was also highlighted that the renovation of buildings is an important measure because it's very much related to the energy efficiency of district heating. And in Lithuania, there are interesting examples of local campaigns and support schemes, such as small renovation of buildings, that can be used as a best practice example. And financial support for the local development of renewable heating technologies is obviously needed and should come from different financial sources. At the local level, it was pointed out that utilities are one of the key partners. Could you please put next slide? At the national level, obviously, it's useful to have a national strategy on sustainable energy policy. Laws and bylaws that regulate the heating sector need to be put in place. Those laws should promote extension of district heating networks. On the financial side, our Latvian speaker highlighted the importance of equal regulations and taxes for individual heating solutions and district heating. Subsidies and other reliefs for domestic production and also for using renewables in district heating are important in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example. And commercial banks should offer specialized products, favorable credit lines, for example, for district heating and cooling. Finally, we didn't have enough time to touch upon European solutions, but I took the liberty to extract from some of the speeches of our panelists that at the EU level we have these opportunities in place, such as Article 14 of the Energy Efficiency Directive. We should continue work on this further, and countries need to take it seriously, the assessment of energy efficiency potentials in district heating and CHP. We already have an opportunity translated in the renovation wave, because it's highlighted that the combination of savings needs to go, savings need to go hand in hand with the decarbonization of heat supply. And Susanna rightly pointed out that there are now more sophisticated discussions on how to make this energy transition happen, which is translated, for example, in the energy system integration strategy. We just need to make sure that there is the adequate financial support for district heating to ensure that its potential is translated into reality. So I would like to thank once again all the participants of our workshop, and if you want to get in touch, as you heard, Upgrade DH is still running, so you can visit our website and contact our partners to get more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oksana, and thank you also to Signe Baldis. And so I think we had some very interesting results coming out of both workshops. There's, of course, many overlaps, and it's hard and it's somewhat artificial to have set up the workshops as we did for renewables oriented and efficiency oriented. But as you can see, there are also distinct policy needs for promoting each side of the district heating system. So I'd like to hand over now to Martin Hayek, who will be presenting a roadmap for district heating, which keeps the EU's deal both green and warm. Martin has more than 15 years of professional experience in the energy sector. Most of it's concerning district heating. Martin, you can go turn on your camera already. He's been working as the executive director of the Czech Association of District Heating Systems since 2010. He is before that he was working on executive level strategy for Prague's district heating company, which is an enormous one, of course, and working for the IFC, commercializing energy efficiency finance in the Czech Republic. And he remains a leading voice within our KeepWarm consortium of partners, and especially knowledgeable about the European political climate for district heating, as well, of course, as the Czech climate. So I would hand over to Martin.
Okay.
Martin,
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Everything perfect? Okay, thank you very much. Second slide, please. Okay, as we know, district heating in many Central European and Eastern European countries currently is still part of the problem, meaning that emissions from district heating systems are still comparably very high because those systems are partly inefficient, partly they still use highly polluting fossil fuels like coal. Share of renewable energy in district heating is still quite low, so there is a huge potential for improvement. On the other hand, this technology is critical asset, I would say, for the future. I will get in more detail to that. So what we really need to do is not to replace it with something else, but to upgrade those systems and use them for the future as technology which can become actually part of the solution. What you see on the screen is graphics which shows situation in the Czech Republic and emissions from district heating plants, which already decreased by 32% from 2013. We are now working on decarbonisation of the system, and specifically on coal phase out, which should take place until 2035, but already until 2030 there should be significant coal phase out. Almost it'll be just the last plants using coal after 2030. So already this development until 2030 will bring about quite dramatic decrease of CO2 emissions, and there will still be room for improvement further until 2050. Next slide, please. Well, this is how this is a scheme which shows how the future-proof district heating system should look like. Of course, in the center is heat network, preferably low temperature one. But then you see what kind of number of sources can be used to supply low carbon energy. It's on one hand, it's renewable energy like geothermal, solar energy. On the other hand, it's solutions connected to electricity, either using heat pumps, using also waste heat, because typically waste heat is used in coincidence with heat pumps, and CHP technologies using biomass, biogas, and also waste. And the third part, or I would say the third leg of the district heating system is flexible and balancing technologies, which is predominantly heat storage, but also big boilers using maybe natural gas or electricity or other fuels, which can be stored and used to cover peak demand. So this is kind of, you know, ideal system for the future, which is resilient, which is based on renewable energy or zero carbon or very low carbon sources, and together can substantially contribute to the decarbonization of our cities, where other solutions are much more costly in the end and much more difficult to deploy. Next one. This brings me to lessons learned, or what can be seen as some overall conclusions of our program, which is nearing its end. by the end of the year. So what you need for transformation or development, because you see that in Eastern Europe typically you need transformation of existing systems, but in Western countries in many times it's about developing new district heating systems. But for both you need clear vision of this district heating system role in the overall energy system. You need to know how the district heating energy will fit in your overall energy system, what you want to achieve, what you expect from district heating, and then you need clear transformation plan for district heating, outlining cost, benefit, solutions at national and regional level. In Czech Republic, with the help of KeepWarm project, we are working on that with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, because right now this is a very hot topic, which is on the world, but also it was done on regional level or on national level in other countries across the program. Level playing field. That's another key contribution. Unfortunately, in many Eastern European countries, we are still in the situation that there is either zero cost of carbon or only large plants pay for carbon, and local gas boilers pay zero carbon cost, which then of course hampers any effort for meaningful decarbonization. But you know, it's not surprise. Even Germany is introducing carbon tax just starting next year. So it's cannot say that we are that far behind. But you know, this definitely needs to be improved very soon if we want to speak about decarbonization of district heating in general. Proper incentives for district heating refurbishment and development, that's clear. And also I would like to emphasize open dialogue with stakeholders, because definitely what you need in the end is public support for what you are doing, because in the end you are going to dig up cities because you will replace your pipes or you will be building new pipes, and that will cause discomfort to local citizens, of course. So you need to be able to explain why you are doing this, what is the sense, what are the benefits. So close dialogue with stakeholders definitely is important part of successful development. Thank you. Next slide. Well, what we see is that legislative support for modernization of district heating is not always clearly defined, especially on local level, and we don't have detailed plans for refurbishing district heating. So part of our program was also effort to cover this gap by concrete help to concrete municipalities to develop such plans. 7 national action plans for district heating retrofitting have been developed in national context in consultation with KeepWarm project partners and other interested stakeholders. Then you need to identify specific measures and negotiate with national authorities on how to incorporate these in national legislation to help transformation effort, not only on local level where you gain valuable experience, but also on national large scale level. Next slide, please. Now we get to the district heating system level. So to the very detail of one concrete system. Of course, the experience is that local conditions are key. Every system is different. Every city has different conditions, different available sources of energy, different status of the system, meaning how it is old, what is the efficiency status, etc. So there is absolutely no one size fits all solution. You have to always look on the local situation, local conditions. But first, you need to reflect on current and future needs of your district heating system and prioritize energy efficiency measures. So this famous energy efficiency first principle also applies to district heating. First of all, you need to look on how you can improve your efficiency and then start thinking about replacing fossil fuels, while vice versa means just wasting renewable energy in inefficient system, which doesn't really make sense. So first you need to consider efficiency and then replacing fossil fuels. You need to establish clear long-term decarbonization goal and also pass to this goal and avoid unnecessary fuel shifts to other fossil fuels. So, for example, if you can directly go from coal to biomass, let's do it rather than replacing it with gas and then going for biomass. What you also need to do is acquire in-depth knowledge of sustainable resources available in your region, because the conditions are quite different in every place. So you need really the detailed knowledge on what's available, what will be available in the long term, and how you can use those resources, how you can get hold of these resources. And last but not least, don't rely on single source of energy. One of the biggest advantages of district heating is possibility to diversify your energy sources, have more than one, have at least 3, 4 in ideal case, because then you can look on potential synergies of different sources. Some are only available in summer, some are good for winter, some are good for peak load, some are good for base load. So you need to look on those resources and find synergies for the best fuel mix for your district heating system. Next one. So how to retrofit district heating system? You need to understand what is the current status in the first place. What is the situation in the country? What are the key challenges for the decarbonization process? Evaluate prerequisites and potential for retrofits. Assess legislation, roles of individual stakeholders, implement district heating retrofits, identify risk influencing district heating modernization process, and of course, involve local public authorities. Well, I will skip the next slide, which speaks about KeepWarm solution to overcome main obstacles for district heating modernization. And I will jump to my last slide, which is called Final Piece of Wisdom. And as you can see, throughout the history, you see wise people who have been pointing out basically the same thing. Starting with Confucius saying that better diamond with a flaw than a pebble without, ending with Voltaire, the best is the enemy of the good. And the last person, you may not know, Robert Watson Watt, who is a descendant of James Watt, famous inventor of steam engine. But this guy, Robert Watson Watt, was the father of radio location at the beginning of Second World War. And he is quoted to say, give them the third best to go on with. The second best comes too late, the best never comes. When we transform this to our situation with decarbonizing cities, we can agree the best solution is passive buildings that don't need energy whatsoever, and everything, all the energy is produced on site and used on site, and they don't need any energy from outside. This is the best solution, which will never come. The second best solution probably are heat pumps, which have the problem that they increase electricity consumption, and there will be lots of competing options for using electricity in the cities, and the infrastructure will not suffice for all those demands. So probably heat pumps will be too slow to decarbonize our cities because of the infrastructure constraints. And then comes the third best solution, which is district heating with CO2 factor significantly below gas boilers. When we get there, then definitely we will become part of the solution. So my last advice is let's not wait for perfect solutions. We will lose if we do that. We will lose fight with climate change. Let's be deliberately imperfect, and we will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Again, also applause from my side to you for these insights. And by the way, everyone, these slides will be shared so you can also look at any slide that have been presented, and also those that we jump. And with that, I would like to continue to jump into the new panel that's coming up on financing instruments to deploy modern district heating across Europe. I would like to call on stage our regional director, Wolfgang Teubner. If you can switch on your camera and mic, and then I would hand over to you. Wolfgang, I would need to let you know that unfortunately Leszek has not yet been able to join us. If he does, we let you know. But so far, all the others are there. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carsten. Would maybe the host give me my video, because that has been stopped. Secondly, I have seen Leszek already around, so no worries. But the host has stopped my video, so you have to give me my video back. I cannot stop it. I cannot start it. Now, thank you very much. So welcome everybody. And since we are running late, I don't know whether we get extra time, but I think it's a pity that, of course, if we would not.
You do.
I do. So okay.
15 minutes also for you.
So okay, thank you very much. So yes, I mean, I think we have had a rich day so far, and basically we're introduced to all the challenges, pitfalls, but also, of course, the very positive sides of district heating. But of course, we have not yet, of course, talked a lot about finance, even so some of the relevant instruments have already been mentioned. I mean, I think I would like to, without further ado, to basically introduce my distinct panelists. And for politeness, I would like to go ladies first. So I would like to welcome Ms. Eva Hoos. She is a policy officer in the renewable energy unit of DG Energy of the European Commission. And she is responsible for the policy area of renewable heating and cooling, covering inter alia the relevant provisions of the revised Renewable Energy Directive and the development of new policies. She's also responsible for the Regional Energy Cooperation on Renewable Energy in the Baltic Sea region, including the cooperation on offshore wind under the Baltic Energy Market Interconnection Plan. Welcome, Ms. Hoos. Then my next guest is Mr. Greg Shibril. He is the Principal Specialist for District Energy at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In this role, he works with district energy projects across the EBRD's area of activity, including Central Asia, the Western Balkans, Central and Eastern Europe, as well as the Southern and Eastern Mediterranean region, and provides technical and policy guidance to them. Then to the next different governance level, sort of from the state of Baden-Württemberg, we have Mr. Thilo Kurz. Mr. Kurz entered the Baden-Württemberg Ministry of Environment in 2008, and since 2016 he holds his position as the head for energy efficiency in buildings. Before, he acted as policy officer in the Brussels representation of the state of Baden-Württemberg and as head of the central office. And he's proud of the new Baden-Württemberg Climate Protection Act from 2020 that includes an obligatory municipal heat planning regulation. And last but not least, from the local level, we have Mr. Leszek Drogos. He's responsible for energy, water, and wastewater management in the city of Warsaw. He's a member of the supervisory board of the municipal water and sewerage company in the city of Warsaw. And he is involved in the implementation of several large and medium-sized European Union financed investment projects. He is also, of course, very active internationally in various networks, including C40, Energy Cities, and Eurocities. So I will try to work my way now bottom up and also a bit from the demand, I would say, to the supply side in terms of financing. So I would first like to start with Mr. Drogos. I mean, you as the only kind of city representative on this panel, where do you see the biggest investment needs related to district heating? And what kind of financing instruments do you or district heating companies in particularly Warsaw currently use? And also what kind of instruments would you like to have available in order to, manage the transition of the district heating systems as well as the expansion?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Wolfgang, for this interesting question. And of course, this is a question about how to create the whole vision and whole structure for these works we have to implement in our areas, not only in Warsaw, but also in many other cities in Poland. As far as I know, everyone knows the Polish landscape when we have a lot of energy produced from the hard coal. This is currently more than 85%. And so from this point of view, the same landscape we have in my city, and we are currently changing this structure of energy production. And we know from this that this kind of change, this needs a lot of money, and every investment is really heavy financial problem. So from this point of view, we are starting with the first steps with the changing hard coal to another fossil fuel, to natural gas, but of course much more environmentally friendly. And that kind of investments, when we have in Warsaw, for instance, two maybe largest in the European Union cogeneration plants based on the hard coal, and we are trying to have this in the next 10 years, I hope in 100%, but maybe not as much based on the natural gas or another energy sources. I hope maybe in this period of time we could have also that kind of energy sources, like for instance hydrogen. So I think that we have to support that kind of energy sector. In Warsaw we have independent from the city energy producer. This is state-owned company, and also distributor of the heat. We have a French company, Veolia. So that kind of partnerships, and we are on the third part of this triangle. So we have to support them working on the other side, on the side of the energy demand. And from this point of view, I think that in the longer perspective, this is the most important aspect is to reduce energy consumption and to reduce energy demand. And from this point of view, district heating company also has to take into account that aspect. So they must think how to make district heating system more intelligent, how to make this system smarter and more flexible. Because I think that the buildings of future, it will be probably with the energy consumption maybe 20% of current energy consumption. So from this point of view, when we think about the perspective of 2050, we must see this picture. We must see the pretty green buildings, and we have to see also this distribution of energy system much greener. So it must be more intelligent, probably working on the lower temperatures. So from this point of view, that energy companies, they need a lot of money for investments. The sources of that money, I think that it must be, and we hope that a country like Poland could have that support from European Union, from maybe more structured funds thinking about this revolution in energy markets. And from the side of the country, we have, for instance, Natural Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. That kind of funds, they work both for the consumers and also for producers. And so we could have some kind of money oriented for the investments for the intelligent district heating systems, but also a lot of money for the buildings, because we hope that that change in the energy demand will create in a lower consumption of energy in buildings. So from this point of view, also we have to take into account all possibilities like public-private partnerships, and of course that normal credits or credits from the public banks. So from this point of view, I think that the structure of finances we need, this is everything, all what is possible to reach on the market. And of course, currently when we are in the process of that reduction of that problems with the pandemic, so it's hard to say about the future, but I think that the future belongs to the investment in the smart district heating system, much smarter, much greener buildings, and of course, with the change of the energy sources, I hope that they will be in year 2050 without any piece of carbon.
Thank you, Leszek. Then that leads me to the next upwards level of government. So, Mr. Kurz, you are dealing with heating from a strategic and holistic point of view and support cities for heat planning. What is your perspective, particularly on district heating in that sense? And also in light of the changing climate, is district cooling part of the strategies that you are envisaging for your local governments?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe first of all, a couple of words concerning the present situation in Baden-Württemberg. We have only a part of under 10% of district heat in the heat supply, and a lot of this is the major district heating grids in Mannheim and Karlsruhe with big coal CHP plants, which of course are going to be stopped in the 30s, the latest, and that will be a challenge on its own. But we have also quite a couple of hundred smaller district heating grids, and to foster the process to have more district heating in the country, we started now our so-called kommunale Wärmeplanung, municipal heat planning, which is in our Climate Protection Act that we passed a couple of weeks ago. And that means strategic planning to get a holistic view of the heat support of the whole municipality. And the goal is to develop a 2050 scenario of a climate neutral heat supply with an analysis what is the state of today and which developments will happen and which will we have to foster to get to this. And I think I see two big developments, and this is to have more district heating in on the one hand, and where it rests with the decentralized heating, of course we have to change to especially to heat pumps, and that's what we are doing for the moment. And to just explain what we have regulated in our Climate Protection Act is that the bigger communities, which means over 20,000 inhabitants, that covers around about half of our population, are obliged to install such a heating plan for their community until 2023. And for the smaller communities, we want to incentivize them with a subsidy scheme to get there. And we think that it's important to start with this process, to get this process done to get it done at all. And to get it done with a plan how all the systems can work together. Because, for example, for the renewable sources, it's quite different in each local place. So you have to have a look on the municipal level to be able to decide what is the solution in the city X.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kurz. I will immediately jump sort of to one level up now, or two levels up basically, because we have nobody from a national government, so directly over to the EU. I mean, Ms. Ros, you are mainly focusing on the transition to renewable energies, and also also particularly for district heating. From your point of view, what are the strongest triggers for this transition? And are there any financing programs or mechanisms that are particularly suited for this change? I mean, we have talked a lot today. I mean, there has been renovation wave, just transition funds, and so on. So thank you to enlighten us a bit from your point of view.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, there are really many triggers and major ones. And one of these, obviously, that was already presented today by Hans van Steen, director of Directorate C, is that we are in midst of a green transition, a very ambitious policy objective to reach carbon neutrality by mid-century under the Green Deal, which is also a growth strategy. So is combining with the crisis response to the COVID pandemic and the economic downfall or crisis that comes with it. And this has become a major policy trigger to basically transform fundamentally the EU energy system that has been ongoing for a long time now, because we should remember that the 2020, the triple 20 targets were decided by the Council in 2007. And then we had, obviously, the renewable targets, energy efficiency targets, and the greenhouse gas reduction targets. But now with the Green Deal, we really need to step up the efforts and reach the objectives that the EU committed to under the Paris Agreement for full decarbonization by the middle of this century. So that's one of the big policy triggers that we need to basically move out carbon emission from our economy and from the energy system. But also this is combined with many other triggers for security of supply, to strengthen the domestic economy in the member states, locally, nationally, but also for the EU, and to reduce dependence on fossil fuel imports, which is a big part of the expenditure of the member states and the EU overall. And there are many other reasons for the well-being of citizens, renewable energy and energy efficiency, which are the main decarbonization tools, have a very good impact on the cost of energy once the investment is made. Basically, these energy types of productions are high capital cost, but low operating cost, and their life cycle cost is much lower than those systems that works with fossil fuels. So there are many arguments and triggers that push to transform our energy system and the heating and cooling systems. Because within the energy systems, heating and cooling is really a large part. It's half of the energy consumption for the EU, and both if you look at the member states, that's also the situation. Even for member states that don't have that much heating demand, although even the southern member states have considerable heating demand that they make up with the cooling demand, which is bigger there. So there are many triggers, and I should say that also now the policy framework and the market framework and the regulatory framework has to be adjusted to these objectives, to basically moving away from fossil fuels and moving to renewables and other carbon neutral technologies. And as far as the financing possibilities are concerned, I think we can safely say that these are going really be abundant. If we look at the past decades or just the last 5 years, we already saw that most of the investment in new generation capacity, at least for electricity, went for renewable energy. And I think we need to be prepared for a similar investment wave in heating and cooling. The reason that this has not yet come, because obviously that's an area that joined the policy debate relatively lately. It's not so well developed as electricity or the gas regulation at EU level or national level. So we need to catch up on the regulatory framework and the market framework, strengthen the price signals, the carbon price signal as well, and actually remove the barriers that this project have also identified in great details. Basically switch from a legacy system where if we look at heating and cooling, mainly natural gas, coal and heating oil dominated, that means they have built up, and that took them for several decades, the infrastructure, the supply chain, the commercialization methods, the appliance production and sales for consumers, the installers and the professional bodies qualification. All this has been geared to basically prepare to make a fossil-based system function smoothly, and it did, but now we need to move away from that, and that's going to require a couple of years to make the same change to prepare a new green heating and cooling system with building up sufficient investment in generation, but also in the infrastructure and also in the supply chain for equipment and appliances that consumers actually will put in their homes or enterprises in their factories or plants and shops to channel this. And so that's something that the new regulatory framework or market framework have to make room for in the future. But I would say that strangely enough, the least difficult seems to be to find the money to do that, especially now that we have the recovery and resilience facility that is going to make available a huge amount of money for member states directly in the forms of grants and loans precisely for that, for the green transition. So this is basically going to be up for the member states to come up with a strong project pipelines for green, renewable energy, energy efficiency. And I should say that in the context of district heating and cooling, we should not forget that renewables and energy efficiency are basically inseparable. So they are in a symbiotic relationship. So these energy efficiency renewable investment that anyway are closely linked, especially in the building renovation context, because if we look at the building renovation, at least half of this is really concerned the modernization of technical building systems, mainly heating and cooling systems, which are responsible for around 80% of the energy consumption. So this is beyond improving the fabric and reducing the demand through good isolation and layout and many other methods. But these go hand in hand. And for that, we are going to have a lot of funds that are going to be available from the recovery and resilience facility, but also from the next multi-annual financial framework, which can be combined. So for direct investment, member states will have the recovery and resilience facility, which will make available, if I look at the exact numbers, 60 billion euro for loans and 312.5 billion euro for grants. And plus the member states will have the cohesion funds that they can allocate for investment inside their country. And this is going to depend mainly from member states and municipalities, local authorities to be able to organize themselves and come up with good projects. That means they need to clarify their decarbonization objectives, sort out many of the issues that the KeepWarm project have been pointed out that need to be paid attention and handled together in a package approach. From the cohesion policy, the ERDF funds, the EU REACT funds will be available. And also, we should not forget, for the Central Eastern European countries, the Just Transition Mechanism with a planned 10 billion euro budget is going to be available precisely for moving away from coal and other very carbon intensive fuels in district heating and cooling and in heating and cooling. In addition to that, member states will be able to leverage private investment through the InvestEU program, then for energy efficiency, but it's probably also going to be available for that purpose, the European Energy Efficiency Fund, then research and innovation.
Thank you for. But I would like to also bring Mr. Gibril in the discussion, but we will come back. But thank you very much. I mean, it's first of all very calming to hear that money doesn't seem to be the biggest problem, and secondly, I think thank you also for the comprehensive overview of the instruments that are either already available or upcoming. I mean, I think we will have to dig a bit in the availability for local governments, particularly because there might be some issues here, but maybe Mr. Gibril, I mean, we have talked now a lot of the EU, but we know that we have a lot of participants also from the neighborhood countries in the East, and they're of course particularly struggling with the issues. So to ask you, I mean, you are a key financing institutions, particularly for the region that is also concerned here. And I'm wondering, what kind of activities are you primarily financing related to district heating and cooling, and what financing mechanisms are you offering in this field from the EBRD?
Oh, well, thank you, Wolfgang. And yeah, I'm pleased to confirm that yes, indeed, money is not a problem. So I think I should start by saying that EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we have a lot of recent history in this region, as you mentioned. So some people may know that our bank was set up originally after the fall of the Iron Curtain, and our specific mission is to support countries in our region as they transition to modern and well-functioning market economies. So flash forward to today, and I have to say that in the work that I do, I'm actually very impressed in the countries I used to visit before all of this. Now I visit virtually. I'm impressed by the positivity and eagerness of stakeholders there to embrace the decarbonization agenda, particularly in the district heating sector. So in this sector, EBRD, we finance and fund activities that will primarily upgrade or replace the aging infrastructure in these countries. Also work to extend or implement new networks in some areas, although primarily it's existing networks. And we also work to support implementation of demand-side measures because, of course, a lot of the buildings and consumers in the countries we work in, compared to Western Europe, their buildings are less efficient. So our main objectives here, we want to improve the energy efficiency of the sector. We want to reduce fossil fuel consumption, of course. We want to reduce emissions, both in terms of CO2 emissions, of course, but also air quality, because in many of the countries, the regions, urban air quality is a significant problem, and it's a lot down to heating systems. And we also want to improve the customer experience. So introduce more consumption-based billing and give consumers greater access to information about their heat consumption through our projects. So in terms of money financing, there's a number of approaches. The most simple, straightforward, is if there's a public company or public sector client, we can provide a sovereign or a sovereign-backed loan. So that's a loan either to the national government or guaranteed by the national government. Most public district heating utility companies we encounter are actually owned by cities. So we can provide what's called sub-sovereign financing to the cities, or in some cases directly to those utility companies. But it's not just public. Of course, we work with private entities who want to encourage more private sector participation in this area. So we can lend directly to those private companies who may be developing projects. We can get involved in public-private partnership or PPP type arrangements. And in some cases, historically and still today, we're on the lookout for this, we can purchase equity. So we can invest in newly formed companies or existing companies that may be, for instance, taking part in privatization of a series of networks in a certain country. So, and many of our public clients that we work with, they also benefit from grant funding when we work with them. So as an international financial institution, a lot of donors like to channel some grant funding through an organization like us. Principally, this supports project preparation and implementation, overseeing this, ensuring that the projects are implemented in the correct manner and in a way that ensures the money is spent well. As well, I guess a nice example, as well as CapEx grants, actually. We can also sometimes channel grants for actual construction funding. So a very nice example of this I could provide is in the Western Balkans. So we work with the Austrian government, one of our donors, who has kindly funded a program called the Renewable District Energy in the Western Balkans program, ReadyWeb for short. And the whole purpose of this program is to develop investable projects in renewable district energy systems. So move away from fossil fuels, In particular, solar district heating is a very promising technology in this area. So with this fund, we can help provide funds to develop investable projects. And we are a very enthusiastic fund manager in Belgrade. So I'm sure that many of our Western Balkan colleagues who are on the call, if they haven't already met him, I'm pretty sure they know of our program. Oh, Wolfgang, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. So I mean, I would like to briefly go back to Leszek. You know, Leszek, as you know, as I learned from all the speakers now, that money doesn't seem to be the problem. So how do you see that from a local government perspective? And also, I mean, how do you see the fact that there's, I would say, you know, the accessibility for local governments, as we particularly for the EU funds learn that, of course, we have to respect the you know, basically the money is always, of course, not coming directly, or and often not coming directly, but through the national level, and you will depend on national level priorities.
So I think that if we could have this decision about where that money could go, I think that the beginning is still in the level of the energy sources, energy production, because I hope that it could change a lot in the process. After that, we have to think about this distribution and grid system, because when we are looking for some scenarios for the Warsaw, and currently we are working with this, thinking about 2050, we are also taking into account even that kind of model when we don't have this current existing district heating system. We are thinking about, for instance, to have only energy coming to the building as electricity and warming the buildings only from this source. So we call this energy monism. And from this point of view, we have to think also about that kind of possibilities when the district heating system will be something completely different to this current existing system. So I think that when we have energy source, we could still work with this second leg, thinking about distribution system, what kind of distribution system we have to see in future. And third thing, I think this is the biggest problem. This is that reduction of that consumption of energy in buildings. So because when we look at this scenario with this, for instance, energy monism, with this electricity using as a source of energy for the heating of buildings, so we have to reduce energy consumption of every building in 80%. So it means that that current consumption will be 5 times lower in future. So to have this is necessary to spend a lot of money for the retrofit of buildings, and also to make our buildings much more intelligent with the energy consumption. So I think that money coming, for instance, from EBRD, this would be the greatest thing is to have that money in buildings, in intelligent buildings, green buildings.
One question that came from the floor, particularly to you, which is a short answer. Has Warsaw ever looked into the potential cost of full decarbonization of this in the city? You know, is it 1 billion, 2 billion?
Yes, so it must be a lot of money, and we are currently working with this analysis, how much of money we need, and we will have this report. First report we will have in 6 months. So we could speak about this about 6 months, how much money we have to spend for this in this period of time, like next 20 years.
Okay. Then I would quickly switch over to Mr. Kurz. You have, I mean, you know, you're doing this strategic planning effort, but you're also, of course, you know, a level of governance that is particularly involved also in the you know, allocation of regional funds in Europe, and of course, you know, I guess the state of Baden-Württemberg would also like to tap into the recovery funds. I mean, are there any any plans or visions to also basically use that in order to basically support this transition in the heat system that you are basically looking into, also basically triggering strategic approaches, but are you also looking into this financial support pipeline?
Yeah, actually, we have no plans yet to get to the European funds, especially we have not the same preconditions concerning to this as the Eastern European member states. So what we do on our level is first of all, it's not all about money, and what is important is to first to get the actors in the state to have a good planning and to come into action. And so we do finance our climate and energy agency on the Baden-Württemberg level called KeepWarm. They give advice to the communities, and more than this, we are now installing a network of 13 regional agencies that have the special task to give advice to the communities and to their planning consultants how to cope with this new task of heat planning, and also to organize an exchange amongst them. So that's where we are funding for the moment. And what concerns the funding of hardware, of investment in real concrete, that means and pipes, that's rather first business of the federal level. There is a funding, and actually there is a revision of the funding scheme going on, and I think this will give a important subsidy to district heating and so on. And but we can also think about if there is left some place for extra subsidies on our level to give another push to this.
Thank you. So I've seen that Ms. Ols, you have already replied in the chat to one of the questions that was addressed to you. Thank you for that. I mean, coming a bit back to this, you know, ensuring, and as you said, I mean, there is of course regulatory frameworks to be also adapted, but how do you see, I mean, I think the levers that the Commission has to ensure that, you know, particularly now the fast flowing recovery funds and so on are, of course, first of all, allocated to these critical areas, and also how, you know, I would say the demand from local governments, you know, in investing in these particular fields is sort of met. Sort of how much can you basically steer these funds and influence the use on the national level?
Very concretely, the Commission is going to publish, perhaps it is already published today because it was imminent. So if it is not yet in the next coming days, we adopt investment guidance. That means template for how to, for member states, how to structure in their recovery plans these investment proposals. So, and there is going to come out one soon, if it is not yet already the case. There was one on renovation wave. So these are the flagship projects that I'm talking about under the EU Recovery Fund. And a couple of flagships have been already published on, for example, the renovation wave. but there is going to come up one on renewable energy and hydrogen. And renewable energy example that we give is actually refurbishment of district heating systems. So member states can look at and basically use this template to structure their plans, recovery plans and concrete projects for this. And voila, they can go to the recovery fund, which is allocating according to a key, a certain portion to each member states, and use this. So it's really important to highlight that your projects should be distributed to all national administration and local communities, and they need to read it as a Bible to really structure this. But I should say, and I try to be very brief, that the Green Deal strategy requires the Commission really to do this complete overhaul. So we are going to review the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive. There is the state aid review, which again will try to make it easier for member states to do that kind of investment and give public support. The EU emissions trading schemes is being reviewed to look at how stronger carbon pricing could be done. So there are many, I mean, it would be really long list to do for what is that we're doing, but there is a complete overhaul of the EU energy market framework and the surrounding regulatory framework. So this is going to provide the overarching framework, and member states need to do their own adjustments, obviously, and also local municipalities.
Thank you. I mean, we're already, I mean, terribly, of course, running out of time as usual in these meetings, but I would still like to briefly go back to Mr. Gibril, and I would like to come back to something that also Mr. Dragos has said, or Leszek has said, regarding, you know, to focus on, he said, you know, you should basically focus on the building side. And my question is, in how far is the EBRD looking basically an integrated, you know, project funding, you know, meaning basically from basically integrating demand, system, basically adaptation, as well as basically source changing in the source to come to renewables, sort of as a holistic project, you know, in that sense.
Sure. I mean, traditionally, when what people call the district heating or a district energy project, would normally end at the wall of the building or in the basement of an apartment building. Of course, we all know that that's not where consumers live, or that it's if we want to address consumers' consumption, we have to address factors like the fabric of the building, like whether they have appropriate controls in their own apartments, of course. So in the past, this has been a bit challenging. However, there has been some movement and positive factors in this area in recent years. So we've had these, in my opinion, artificially separate worlds where the bank has supported district heating projects, like I described, but also supported building renovation or ESCO type arrangements, as people commonly refer to them. So we are seeing now some of these integrated forms of approaches coming forward. In my opinion, not enough as yet. So this is something that we are trying to encourage. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for a district heating operator. So we've seen some clued up, more with it, district heating operators already move in this direction. So that is where they can provide building renovation or ESCO type services to their clients. And not only are they more of a trusted entity to a number of their customers, but from a business perspective, this is a good way to allow them to ensure an additional source of revenue associated with energy services, or it allows them to sort of recommit their customer base to district heating for the long term. And you know, I mean, I think everyone on the call knows that utility companies, they shouldn't fear the idea that their consumers will consume less energy, but inevitably many do, and a lot in the regions we work in do. And this is another example of how they could mutually benefit from their consumers' reduction in energy consumption, or improvement in energy efficiency, rather.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Unfortunately, you know, we cannot continue because we're already a bit over time, and we have started already with a delay. So I would like to really applaud my distinguished panelists and thank you all for the contribution. What I take away is that we are all very, you are all very optimistic. You are very engaged. The Commission is setting the right framework conditions so that we will hopefully see a dramatic push forward. And we also are very pleased to see that the availability of money seems not to be the problem. So we have just to make sure that we access it in the right way from the local level. So thank you very much, all of you. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the discussion can continue in the chat, but I thank you all for now and hand over to George, I guess, as the moderator. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Yes, thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you, all of our panelists. And indeed, it was very much insightful content, and too much so to fit into just a 45-minute period. But I think the same could be said for any of our panels earlier this morning, or even our workshops. I know that there were very good discussions going on in the breakout workshops. So what we need to do is we need to keep warm going. We need to have a new project in the future to keep this initiative coming, and to be able to hold these discussions even further. And I'm going to just one moment to share my screen because we have to do a switch over. And so, yes. Good. Yep. I hope you can see my screen, not the email. No? Okay. Sorry about this. Technology. Okay. So anyways, our last section is the concluding section. We have Peter Berkowitz from DG Regio, who will be speaking here, giving some outlooks, some reflections, some closing remarks to the entire event. I would ask him to already turn on his camera if he hasn't yet. I don't see it. But Peter Berkowitz is head of unit for smart and sustainable growth and the Director General for Regional and Urban Policy in the European Commission. His unit is responsible for smart specialization and regional investment, especially in digital economy, the environment, transport, climate change, and the just transition. So you can see that it's very apropos for everything that we've been talking about today. Before this, he was DG Regio's head of unit for policy development, and he was involved in the preparation and negotiation for Commission proposals about reforming the cohesion policy from 2014 to 2020. So I would hand over to Peter now.
Right. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, George, for the introduction. I think it's been a very, very rich discussion, and I just really want to conclude with 4 messages about things that seem important for us if we're going to really achieve what we want to achieve through the Green Deal. And of course, the Green Deal is the starting point. For us, it is one of the main priorities. You've heard from colleagues, certainly from the Commission earlier today. And it's one of the guiding principles for what we will be doing over the next 7 years. And within that, energy efficiency, heating and cooling, district heating can play a very, very important role. For the moment, we spend about 1.5 billion euros over the period on let's say district heating and investments related to district heating. But we spend around 40 billion euros on the low carbon economy. So there is considerable scope to increase that. And from a cohesion policy perspective, we see investments in heating and cooling district energy systems as a real potential win-win situation between our cohesion objectives, that is to say, helping improve the quality of life and the economic prospects of less developed parts of Europe, and achieving our energy and climate goals. But I think the first message I wanted to make about that, and it's very much from the Commission, is that we need to be ambitious. That we are looking from the Commission's perspective to getting to carbon neutrality in 2050. And therefore, we know what needs to be done. We need to avoid stranded assets, and we need, and this is really perhaps the most obvious step, we need to increase the role of renewables in district heating. So first message, we think that this can be a very, very important part of what we're doing in less developed member states, but also other parts of Europe. But we need to be ambitious. And the second message is related to this, which is that innovation is going to be key. Innovation in terms of new technologies, but not only in new technologies, but also applying new technologies in the complex environments in our cities and region. And therefore, we need to have a very, very broad view of how we innovate, which takes into account not only the technological or even economic consequences, but also the way in which we have to organize ourselves and the potential social dimension as well. And this will be, I think, one of the major success or failure factors over the coming years, the extent to which we can not only diffuse new technologies into heating and cooling, but equally how we're able to really scale up on the most effective ones. Now, as we've heard throughout today, there is considerable support available from the European level to do this, because we think that the ambition we have needs to have the resources. But these are not just pots of money. And I think this is often, the question is often, why is it not so easy to mobilize these resources? And it's simply because they reflect distinct policy objectives, and you have to hit the policy objectives through the types of investments you're making. And I think here it's very useful to think about the funds available under cohesion policy in three areas. First of all, in relation to innovation, smart specialization, building on the technological capabilities of region to promote the development of new technologies. This is an important part of our policy, and all of our programs have smart specialization within them. It's important to see how this can be connected to what you're trying to do in heating in your region, in your city. The second thing, and this is really, I think, the biggest part of it, and I think it's neglected sometimes, is that we have a very large amount of resources simply available for the deployment of smart energy solutions. And this will continue to be a major part of our programs. And this is really the place where most of the investment should take place, because there we are looking to reduce energy consumption, to increase energy efficiency, to put in place systems that will support the energy transition. And then the third element is the just transition. And this is where there's the most confusion. And I just want to be very, very clear. The just transition mechanism which we have comes on top of cohesion policy and is very much focused on managing the socio-economic impact of the transition out of fossil fuels and energy-intensive industries, and to focus on those regions and those cities, and indeed those communities which are most affected by this. And that is really going to be our guiding principle. It's not the energy transition per se, but rather ensuring that that energy transition is fair and doesn't leave people or communities or regions behind in the process who are paying the price of delivering a global public good. So, you know, there, I just think it's very important to understand what we mean about just transition, because that's what the programs will be about. And therefore, district heating, which fits into this, would have to fit into the strategies that are going to be developed to accompany this process. Then I'd just like to conclude. I think, you know, one of the main messages I've heard, I haven't been here all day, but I've been listening, is that, you know, there seems to be a lot of resources available, and you know, certainly from us, from other institutions, from EIB, from EBRD, even potentially from other types of initiative. And the question is, why do we struggle sometimes to unlock these? And this is also a major focus for us in the future. Now, the first issue is essentially institutional capacity, skills, and expertise. And therefore, we are very interested in seeing how we can support the process of ensuring that the actors responsible for implementing investments in this area actually have the tools, the skills, and the capacity to do it. So I think we have to recognize that there is an element of capacity building needed, perhaps potentially in those places which need the support the most. The second thing is we need to have the right regulatory frameworks, whether this is a question of simply planning or whether it is a question of energy pricing, whether it's a question of standard setting. This is an important element, and in particularly the RRF and the work done by our colleagues in DG Reform provides the opportunity to help out in these areas. The third thing, and this is something which our policy puts particular attention to, is that we need to encourage integrated approaches. And this means looking not only at what is needed, and I heard a couple of speakers say this, in terms of the energy system or the heating system, but also energy efficiency in buildings. Even you can look more broadly to patterns of mobility, enterprise location. There are a whole range of different issues and instruments which are available, and we need to mobilize these. And in many cases, cities and local authorities are the ones who are best placed to coordinate this work. And then the last element, which is also important, is to ensure that not only the investment takes place, but the sustainable financing models are in place as well to ensure that the investments we make are actually viable over the medium to long term. So this means also pricing, payback, and other aspects of that. So yes, there's a lot of money available, but in order to unlock it in the most effective way, we see a number of major challenges which we'll have to address together. And I think that really is what we see as the major policy agenda over the next few years, and will determine whether or not we are really able to accelerate our journey towards these very, very ambitious objectives. So thank you very much. And I'm, of course, very happy to be with you here today.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think those were lots of insights. Many of these points we spoke about the other day in preparing for this, so I think that I hope that everyone else finds it also as useful as I did. I won't respond to any of it because I would instead hand over to Karsten, who will be doing a kind of a wrap up of the session. I think we'll also be addressing some of the same points that Peter has just brought up about the funds, the specialization, and things like this. So, Karsten.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, George. Then I would like to try to wrap up the entire day by calling next slide. And you can see maybe some aspects which we have heard or haven't heard and should be reminded of. First of all, Stephanie Schiedlich from GITS, our project coordinator, very deliberately advocated for the approach which we have heard throughout the entire day of first doing energy efficiency first, retrofitting and optimizing DH systems, and then looking into options of switching fuels to renewable energies, looking at excess heat sources, integrating these, using even acceptable waste to energy solutions, and then finally also deploy smart heating distribution and control systems. Wolfgang highlighted in that aspect also that this will be quite challenging for the grids and to come, and even more complicated in also in relation to the heating and cooling aspects, cooling in particular for the future, which we are going to have less temperature needs during winter times and so on. Next slide, please. Then we had Hans van Steen talking and outlining here the connection of the Green Deal going local as an important emphasis and direction for us all in Europe, including also the renovation wave, which one of its pillar next to energy poverty and the focus on public building refurbishment is also the decarbonization of heating and cooling. So everything is under kind of review. We also heard it from Eva just again confirming this, and we have tools available. The Energy Efficiency Directive with the comprehensive energy efficiency assessments that can be used and should be used. Also the increase annually of renewable energies in the district heating systems of 1.3% at the moment. What is often not so clear is potentially the responsibilities. As Europe is diverse, we are looking into very particular cases here, also within KeepWarm. Again, an invite to look at our business cases, which are individual by itself, each one of them. So they need to respond to local needs and interests. And here responsibilities are also local responsibilities that need to be clarified. And we can do that also by good arguments and a great framework, which is the European Green Deal. Next slide, please. Then we had Brian van Mettesen from outer space delivering arguments which are from quite rooted within our doings, not looking only at energy efficiency aspects and renewables, but also at energy storage, highlighting that thermal storage is very competitive in relation to electricity storage, for instance. And he advocated for looking at affordability of our district heating and cooling systems, not only now, but also in the future to come. And if we look at different scenarios that we are having, then we can see that there are a lot of synergies between the different sectors that are lost and are not calculated in, factored in. There can be a lot of decrease of costs if we are deliberately planning integratedly. So, and by that, he outlined that actually there is a lot of waste heat potential, even available fueling or supplying the entire building stock if one would be able to use it. District heating can use quite a lot of it and has a lot of potential still, as you can see here. He even recommended 8,000 district heating grids as a good way forward in the next decade, or in this decade actually, to be. Then next slide, we had a discussion on the accelerating the thermal transition in step with the green recovery, using here the aspects of also the pandemic and how that links to the current expenditure. And actually we had Jutta Paulus advocating for a trans-EU program for deeper renovation and also integrating aspects of circular economy or nature-based solution as one of the steps to be used now also in light of the green recovery. Paul Voss advocated for being confronted with a current situation that is not great, which means it's not is very much fossil fuel based, and that there are of course many competitors in the game of the district heating systems, which are then often individual systems, inefficient systems, and often fossil fuel-based systems. So here we had looked into the future to come, and looking at Croatia, for instance, Jürgen Tomac was actually quite encouraged, the same as Paul Voss actually was, by the renovation wave and by the different aspects, the different district heating systems, local as well as in bigger cities, that are now being established. The decreasing heat demand, Christoph highlighted as a particular issue which deserves energy room planning and good policy framing. Also, the low-hanging fruits from the Austrian perspective have been used quite a lot, and higher prices are now be needed to tackle into to go into other fields, more sophisticated, more into the microgrids and beyond the low-hanging fruits. Then I would like to move to the next slide, looking at also the next panel, with here just some highlights of concerning not to lose the fear advocated here by Daniela Torres, looking at the energy poverty, the issue of this, which is just connected in every city. With also advocating for broadening indicators in order to manage and encourage utilities, political decision-making to be more spot on. We had Edo also with understanding of private households and their needs, and here ensuring that investments are deliberately also socially impacting. That is important for political legitimacy, but also to make district heating more deployed in the days to come. Then we had Konstantin with looking and advocating for a knowledge capacity and also financial transfer, in particular to those regions that are behind in energy efficiency levels, and he advocated for speaking to the people as they understand best the transition strategies that should work best. Then next slide. The summaries we had been here delivered by Signe and Oksana from KeepWarm and from Upgrade DH. And I would like to highlight just two solutions per breakout room, so to say. One is district heating should be attractive to citizens. That resonated in both breakout groups actually, and the Upgrade DH has actually an image raising campaign following this. And so great to hear, please use it. And then secondly, also the political commitment on a local level to drive the district heating, not only in the short term, but also with the long-term perspective. Thank you, Signe. Then from Oksana's side, next slide, we had here a very important point, which I found was that banks are also often not equipped to offer special services that understand the heating and cooling market. And here, maybe utilities as a key partner, as another step forward and solution was mentioned here, could be teamed up with public authorities to discuss with local banks specialized local solutions. Next slide. We had Martin Hayek with 1,000, very spot on, or 100, if I use this picture here, with 100 arguments to why district heating is not only the problem, but also the solution. Also, he again stressed the importance of unifying carbon costs throughout Europe in order to move forward more faster. Advocated for an open dialogue with stakeholders and looked forward to a long-term planning to avoid unnecessary fuel shifts. And next slide, the last panel, we are just fresh and heard. So let me just say one point which I took note of from each. One is from Leszek that Warsaw works in partnership with changing the demand and supply side and is seeing that investments of the future lay within green buildings and renewable energy. Then from Thilo, I took the point that it is not only about money, but it's also about actors getting together, using here the example of Baden-Württemberg, using collecting all the forces of the local energy agencies together to plan thermal energy within the entire state. Then if I host with all arguments outlined of the Green Deal, of all what can be done with the message, the money is there. It's not, that is not the problem. And also in relation to that it is, however, connected to political goals which need to be achieved. And these goals of decarbonization, along with the Paris Agreement, that is something which all district heating systems that are planned today should relate to. Greg also on a positive, very positive tone has shared with us that also the European Bank for Reconstruction and Developing is planning in an integrated manner, so that district heating projects together with building refurbishments and maybe even with PPPs. So that is good to hear. And last, our final contribution, Peter just said, next slide, calling about the smart specialization and the just transition mechanism now as a new mechanism that shall deliver the energy transition on a regional as well as local basis. Here there are many tools available that are smart, actually, that should be used, and we should use to plan the district heating of tomorrow already today. With that next slide, I would like to encourage you with the next slide to be as those very enthusiastic, digging, looking into options of not of losing the fear of of having the certainty that actually the technology is there, they are market ready. We just need to deploy them in order to save the planet and our climate. Thank you very much. Keep warm. And with these words, I would like to hand over to Steffi.
Thank you very much, Kirsten, for wrapping up this very interesting day, I would say. I also would directly like to jump in there, and also from my side, I think we've had a very fruitful discussion today and a great exchange, which showed especially, which has also been pointed out by Peter, that we have to apply an holistic approach if we want to reach all the targets and to become a climate neutral continent in the next decades, let's say. Therefore, we definitely have to ensure that all stakeholders groups have or are involved and included in ongoing discussions to really integrate all concerns and all possibilities to ensure that this transition we've been talking about today can be ensured. For sure, I would like to link back to our KeepWarm project at this point again, to point out how our KeepWarm project is able to support you with your, or to support your needs for your transition. As you have seen during the break, we have set up a KeepWarm Learning Center on our websites. This learning center provides you with some great guidance documents and also training documents to really enable on the ground your district heating transition. As I have pointed out in the beginning already, so we have had there the regulatory framework and barrier reviews of our 7 implementation countries. In addition, we do have recommendations how district heating systems and the importance of district heating can be integrated in the national strategies and development plans. And for sure, as also pointed out by Martin today, we have set it up or developed a sustainable adaptation roadmap to ease your way to use the replication potential of KeepWarm. I also would like to point out that in the next few days or in the next week, we will also provide on our website 10 specific replication models, which could be your support to adapt such cases we have included in our project to try to fit them onto your district heating systems. In addition, for sure, as it has also mentioned during the break and during the day already, all of our partners are also offering services to district heating systems, but also to cities, regions, and other stakeholders who are relevant for the sector and who want to drive this specific sector forward and to give them greater voice and a greater importance in these strategies. These services include, for example, consultation and advisory support, but also technical analysis of your systems and, as mentioned, training-based knowledge and lessons learned gained from our project, but also for sure as all of our project partners are great experts in this field beyond of our project. Next slide, please. For sure, I also would like to point out again what's in for you if you take advantage of our KeepWarm material and services. When it comes to district heating systems, such material and services of our KeepWarm website, but also of our partners, will elaborate needs and create tailor-made capacity building approaches to increase the capability of your staff. They also will support the development of viable business plans, as we have heard today quite a lot, also the topic finances and how you can finance your improvements. It also will support you in enhance the interactions with policymakers by making your voice matter in the shaping the future of your district heating system. And in addition, for cities and regions, it's also important, or it will also support you to drive local and regional specializations and boost your economic opportunities, as we've been talking also about this topic today. Next slide, please. Yeah, and last but not least, for sure, I would also like to thank our KeepWarm project partners. I would like to thank eClay for today's hosting the event and for organizing everything behind. In addition, for sure, I would like to thank our partner, the Landwirtschaftskammer Steiermark from Austria. And I would also like to thank the University of Zagreb and the Northwest Croatia Regional Energy Agency from Croatia, as well as the Association of District Heating System of the Czech Republic, together with the Semgale Regional Energy Agency in Latvia and the Vinča Institute of Nuclear Science in Serbia. Furthermore, from our Slovenian partners, I would like to thank the Joseph Stefan Institute and the Energy Agency of Savinska, Zaleska, and Koroška regions. And last but not least, I would also like to thank our Ukrainian partners, KT Energy, and all of our involved district heating systems for the fruitful and, as I would say, very successful cooperation we've had in the past 2.5 years. We've pointed out today that COVID has infected, especially in the last few months, a lot of aspects, and also we've been struggling within this time. But with all of your expertise and the fun and joy we've had during our meetings, we've ensured that our project and our project team has been successful at the end, I would say. And I would also hope that the end of our KeepWarm project, which is not here yet, but at the end of the year, won't be the end of our cooperation and collaboration overall. And for sure, without the European Commission and GRZ Serbia, it would not have been possible to implement such projects. So I also would like to thank those actors to make it possible to implement the KeepWarm project and to support actors of the energy sector in our 7 implementation countries. And last but not least, for sure, I also would like to thank all speakers, our sister project Upgrade DH, and all participants for their expertise, the very active discussions related to the role of district heating and its scaling up potential to keep our cities sustainable warm. I'm very sure that efforts made by projects like Upgrade DH and KeepWarm can ensure the laid out climate targets can be reached in the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steffi, for your words. I invite everyone to maybe put on your camera if you wish, and thank you also by waving. Otherwise, a message in the chat. And with these kind words, and thank you all for following us today throughout the day, in the morning as well as now in the afternoon. Hope you got as much information out of it, and hope you can say you will keep calm, you will keep warm with district heating. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Been very successful. Thanks to you as well,
Thanks
all the
a lot.
participants.
Thank you to all.
Thank you.